Frustration comes in many forms, but in the end, it all feels the same. Close calls, missed opportunities, debilitating injuries, and inconsistent play has mired a season of hope for one and postponed potential progress for another. For Tennessee and South Carolina, frustration can be absolved for one night. A win can mean everything: redemption, relevance, or resentment.
And so here we are, Williams-Brice Stadium in Columbia, South Carolina, and two teams hungry for a win. Welcome to SEC Network Primetime Football. Tennessee looking for its first conference win of the season against a South Carolina team trying to stay on pace and ahead of the rush to be bowl eligible. Tennessee takes the field, needing to win 3 of their last 4 to make it to the postseason. And the Gamecocks, clad in their all black, on the night after Halloween, hoping for a prime-time performance. And welcome everybody to Columbia, South Carolina. Tom Hart alongside Matt Stinchcomb for both of these teams. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Tennessee proved that last week against Alabama, once again pulling the red shirt off of the talented quarterback Josh Dobbs.
You know, Butch Jones is so fond of saying, I'm raising a program here at the University of Tennessee. Well, apparently he felt like they needed a growth spurt last week. They hadn't scored a touchdown in the previous 2 SEC matchups. And so they stuck Josh Dobbs in there. They wanted to keep him redshirted, preserve another year of eligibility, but he played very well versus an Alabama defense that wasn't expecting his mobility at the quarterback position. And he also made some throws, enough to make Lorenzo Ward, the defensive coordinator for South Carolina, respect that element of Tennessee's offense.
And then there's South Carolina, where Steve Spurrier has learned that he needs to win on the scoreboard to win a game. The defense has been struggling, and the head ball coach was perhaps at his play calling best last week against Auburn. If you love a wide open offense, that's what you got from the Gamecocks.
Well, Steve Spurrier said, I'm not going to go down looking in this ball game. I'm going to keep my offense out on the field as much as I can. Going forward on 4th down multiple times, 6 different opportunities, stealing a possession with an onside kick. He was incredibly aggressive with his offensive play calling, and it kept South Carolina in the game, but it wasn't enough. And in his words, it was almost a fun one, but ultimately it comes down to getting victories. Both of these teams should come out swinging tonight.
We'll see what his mindset is tonight. Heather Mitz is standing by with Steve Spurrier.
Thanks, Tom. Coach, you were really aggressive last week in your play calling against Auburn. What can we expect tonight from your offense?
We're going to try to call it normal. We got to believe we can slow down Tennessee. We just didn't have confidence we could slow Auburn down. But it should be a heck of a game tonight. I think both teams are really ready to play.
With Josh Dobbs, the starting quarterback, and him presenting a dual threat, what concerns you the most about him?
Well, we got to stop the run first. We got to stop the run against everybody we play. So hopefully we can do that.
Thanks, Coach.
All right, Heather, thank you. The head ball coach still going with the visor despite snow on the ground in some areas of the Palmetto State today. South Carolina won the toss. The Gamecocks have elected to receive. Aaron Medley gets us started. This is Sean Carson from the 2. Out past the 20. And that's where South Carolina will set up shop today, under the direction of Dylan Thompson, who had a monster game last week on the flats against Auburn. His numbers on the season: nearly 61% completions. He's thrown for over 2,200 yards and 20 touchdowns against 9 picks, including 5 last week.
Well, they did get the win on Dylan Thompson's arm last week, but maybe his best game passing since 2012 versus the hated rival of South Carolina in a victory over Clemson. They're not going to want to have to ride his arm in this ball game. Coach Spurrier wants to call it straight versus the Tennessee offense.
And they'll do that by turning to Mike Davis on first down, and Davis fights for a couple. A.J. Johnson, the SEC's leading tackler, in for the first of what will likely be many stops today.
Yeah, we better get used to tossing out that name, and you can see some festive colors on A.J. Johnson trailing out of his helmet, but what usually comes in the middle linebacker of Tennessee is tackles all over the football field, sideline to sideline. Will be very active tonight versus South Carolina's run game.
Thompson lets it go for the first time, and that's complete to Demir Byrd to near midfield. Byrd getting the start today in front of Shaq Rowland. Ladario McNeil finally with a stop for Tennessee and a first down.
This is a guy they want to get going a little bit. Demir Byrd is their deep threat. When you look at the air yards that they attempt, the deepest ones are typically to Byrd from his outside receiver position. As much as Pharaoh Cooper has figured into this passing game, Coach Spurrier wants to spread it around a little bit, and now early Demir Byrd involved in the offense.
They bring a couple of tight ends onto the field now as Pharaoh Cooper motions to the near slot. Now play action. Thompson has time. Uncorks one deep and just overthrew Byrd. Byrd had man coverage once again. McNeil, the safety, trying to match up with him.
Already South Carolina with a big play, 15 yards or more. They were able to generate 11 of those plays last week versus Auburn. That's an area of the offense that hasn't been quite as explosive as it was a season ago. But you can see tonight already aggressive with downfield passing. Dylan Thompson just a little too much juice on that last pass.
Here comes the blitz. Thompson takes a hit from the backside. He goes down face first after Jordan Williams tipped it away for Tennessee.
See, that time it's not something that Tennessee does very often. They blitz less than really conference average. You see they're just late getting his big mid up to deny the catch. Dylan Thompson's taken some shots. He was pressured last week, cost South Carolina 2 red zone turnovers. Keep an eye on how many shots the quarterback for South Carolina takes in this ball game and whether or not Tennessee continues to heat him up.
43% their conversion rate on third down. They went for it a ton on fourth down last week. To the outside, and that's complete but short of the sticks to Nick Jones. And this is a spot where Steve Spurrier would definitely go for it. In fact, of their 6 fourth down attempts last week, 4 of them came in their own territory.
And in this game, you know, and speaking with Coach Spurrier earlier, we said, you know, what does it look like? You know, he says, I want to call it differently this week. Well, already an opportunity to maintain a possession on the plus side of the field this time in Tennessee territory.
They need 3 for the first down. On the slant, knocked away. Great coverage from Tennessee, and Justin Coleman on Pharaoh Cooper.
One of Dylan Thompson's favorite targets is Pharaoh Cooper, and rightfully so. Sure-handed and a good route runner, especially with the ball in his hands after he makes a completion. But Justin Coleman jumps all over this route. He can feel it, and look at him break on the ball and get his hand right in front of Pharaoh Cooper. Excellent defense by Justin Coleman. The Tennessee defense has played pretty well all season long, and especially versus the pass.
So the fourth down gamble puts the ball in Tennessee's hands, and their sophomore quarterback Josh Dobbs to Jalen Hurd out of the backfield. Hurd running guys over and takes it down to the 42. Dobbs was a starter tail end of last year as a freshman, and now he's burned his red shirt again for the second straight year. They've taken it off against Alabama. He's a bright kid, an aerospace engineer major, but his practice habits and performances don't necessarily match up with what the coaches expect. And there's a flag on the play. Dobbs last year became the 8th true freshman to start at quarterback in Tennessee history.
prior to the snap, false start, 73 offense, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
And Austin, our referee. But he was the third in 4 years. Tyler Bray, Justin Worley, the other two. Kind of a snapshot of where this Tennessee program has been since roughly 2008. Hands it off on the end around, and a beautiful open field tackle on Pig Howard. He is cut down by Sherrod Golightly.
Sherrod Golightly has been the most consistent performer for South Carolina on defense. From his spur linebacker position, you see Pig Howard blowing through the backfield on the fly sweep. Look at Golightly jet upfield underneath the block of Levon Pearson and make the tackle.
2nd and 14 for Dobbs. The knock on Dobbs is his accuracy, especially 10 yards or further downfield. He is a great runner. The down and distance may take that away. Over the middle, incomplete. Ethan Wolf, the tight end, was the intended receiver.
And Ethan Wolf can figure to play a big part of this passing offense from his tight end position. That time, the ball out in front of him. Well, Butch Jones lamented Joshua Dobbs passing last week, needing to hit the open throws on underneath routes and intermediate distance downfield versus just the big bombs downfield.
He threw for 2 touchdowns, but 1 interception, and he missed a few others as his head coach laid out. Into coverage and incomplete, overthrew Marquez North.
You can see a little bit in Joshua Dobbs early in this game, getting his first start of the season. We mentioned he hadn't made appearances last year. In the Alabama game is where it started, and it was an inauspicious start at best. First games that he played up until the season finale versus Kentucky, no touchdowns and 5 picks. And a little bit nervous, clearly, on the road on some of those throws.
Matt Dart to punt it away. The always dangerous Pharaoh Cooper stands at his 10. A short kick. Cooper signals for a fair catch and dangerously takes it at the 21 with a man in his face. 26-yard punt for Matt Dart. And on a chilly night in the Midlands, we're scoreless through 1 possession each.
It's the Buick.
Sir. Buick. Where's the Buick?
Buick. The expectation-shattering Buick LaCrosse.
Now during the Buick Model Year Closeout, pay no interest for 5 years, plus get $2,500 purchase bonus cash on the 2014 Buick LaCrosse. Hurry in for the best selection.
Hey, look, it's the State Farm guy.
You pumped up our wallets with the discount double checking, so we went through Palm. You out.
Sorry, what?
Pull us, you flaming loser! You'll thank us later.
Pump up your savings with a discount double check. State Farm.
Official retail department store of the SEC.
Alex dreams of writing for a traveling theater company. 3 months away from home could bring his life to a standstill. But his Regions app will help him greenlight his dream and manage his money from the road. From paying bills to making transfers, Regions Mobile Banking gives you the flexibility of banking to go. So you can give life the green light.
Yeah, what's up? I've got some.
Ready to move your life forward? Switch to Regions.
Let's get to our bold prediction brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings.
Well, there have been some moments this season where Pharaoh Cooper was relatively quiet. But after the Vanderbilt game, I think they recognized the playmaker they have in him. Incredibly versatile, taking shovel passes out of the H-back position. He can play in the slot. He can play outside. He can work the middle of the field. More importantly, though, he is incredibly dangerous with the ball in his hands. And as many touches as they can get him, the better. I think he goes for north of 200 yards tonight in total offense.
He's been over 100 each of the last 5 games. Getting 7 touches a game and 4 touchdowns to show for it. Special teams, offense, they even had him in the Wildcat in recent history. May see that a time or two tonight. Cooper in motion as they put him in the slot again. Mike Davis with his second carry of the night to the 25. A.J. Johnson with another stop. Steve Spurrier told Heather Mitts before the game, and he reiterated to us yesterday, the run game is key. We have to be able to run the football. Don't be fooled by the high numbers of passing yardage that Thompson put up last week. Thompson chased, and he's able to dump it off to his tight end. That's good for a South Carolina first down to Jarrell Adams as we meet Stinch's Stars.
Here's Jarrell Adams, had Pharaoh Cooper deep, but we've got a couple other playmakers in this game. Nick Jones, second maybe only to Cooper for one of Dylan Thompson's favorite targets, and A.J. Cann is a game changer. It's hard to be that at left guard, but he was dominating versus Auburn. We've mentioned A.J. Johnson. Cameron Sutton is a shutdown type of a corner. They're going to ask him to do a lot in this ball game, especially if they're looking to get Demir Bird and Shaq Rowland going in the passing game.
Brandon Wilds is now in the backfield with Mike Davis. Thompson trying to swing it to him. This is Davis down the sideline trying to outrun guys. And he's got a nifty move back to the inside. McNeil with the tackle as Mike Davis takes the swing pass for 34 yards.
Well, Mike Davis is a physical runner, but he's also an excellent receiver out of the backfield. And in fact, another one of those guys, it's a big piece, a fixture in their passing offense. When they lost Rory Anderson at tight end, you had to know that it couldn't just come from the wide receiver position. Mike Davis can hurt you badly in the passing game out of the backfield.
Play action to Davis. Deep out. That's complete to Cooper, and he pays the price. Immediately taken down by Cameron Sutton. Maybe the best cover corner for Tennessee. It's the first time I remember Sutton's been matched up with Cooper.
Well, this time they're in his own defense, and Sutton ends up playing the outside receiver for Cooper, who worked towards the boundary. He comes up and makes a nice lick, but not until after Cooper completes it, the reception. And you can see there the numbers. A lot of those are backloaded. First couple of games this season, going into the Commodore game, was really his breakout.
Pharaoh Cooper now in a Wildcat formation as they split Thompson out wide. He hands off to Davis. And Davis is able to get forward for a few.
We mentioned, Cooper completed a pass last week to Dylan Thompson, much to the lament of head coach Steve Spurrier. Didn't like that his quarterback ducked out of bounds a little early, thought he could pick up another couple of yards. But they need that threat as well. What Cooper brings them is that element of the zone read where he can actually be a runner, something Thompson isn't.
And once again, he gives it up. Davis gets wrestled to the ground by Corey Vereen, and that'll bring up third down. Consecutive plays in the Wildcat for Pharaoh Cooper.
You see another change that was made in the start of this game was at center. Clayton Stadnick, number 54, is the center in this ball game. There have been some wild snaps from Ellen Knott, who was in there before. Dylan Thompson having to play shortstop at times just to try to take the shotgun snap.
Third straight snap for Cooper out of the Wildcat. This time he calls his own number, and it results in 6. Pharaoh Cooper with the rushing touchdown from 11 yards out. A 78-yard drive for South Carolina. Pharaoh Cooper handling the signal calling for the final 3 plays of it. And now Fry will line up for the extra point. His holder is Patrick Fish. Nice balance on the second possession tonight for South Carolina. Dylan Thompson got the ball to Mike Davis. And this 34-yard gain was instant offense for the Cocks. And then they turn to Cooper. He does the rest himself. 7-0 Carolina.
If biscuits look the same in the end, does it matter where they came from? Does it matter if they're made 18 days ago or 18 minutes? Does it make a difference if they're made by a machine in a factory or made by hand by a single person? We think so, because there's nothing fresh about frozen biscuits.
The made-from-scratch double-loaded omelet biscuit. New at Hardee's.
Hi, I'm Brett Favre. Thinking back to all those years I played in the NFL, I was always perfectly groomed. But since I retired, I've kind of let myself grow. Now I'm thinking, it's time to get my groom back.
When it's time to get your groom back, get it back with MicroTouch Max for precise grooming around ears, nose, eyebrows, neck, and sideburns.
Hey, I'm Brett Favre. I got my groom back with MicroTouch. Now you can too.
Get MicroTouch Max at these fine stores.
In this moment, it doesn't matter if you save money in 15 minutes. It doesn't matter if your neighbor has the same insurance that you do. What matters right now is the quality of your independent insurance agent and the company that stands behind them. Auto Owners Insurance.
SEC Network Primetime Football is brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance. Highest in customer satisfaction. Find your local agent at AutoOwners.com.
They are ramped up here at Williams-Brice Stadium for another kickoff. Who knew a Swedish DJ could have such an influence on Southeastern Conference football?
Well, Jan Stenerud, wasn't he Swedish? Well, Scandinavian or something.
I don't know that Jan Stenerud was a DJ.
Pretty good ball player, Ron. It's a great atmosphere, that's for sure. You mentioned snow flurries. You look out of it now, these towels spinning around. These fans are definitely into it after that drive.
They have kept some Tennessee fans from reaching Columbia. Only a foot of snow in the Tennessee mountains this morning. Evan Berry won't get a chance for a return. Let's take a look at what helped Pharoh Cooper get open.
We mentioned the shotgun snaps. You can't see him, but this is Clayton Stadnick. We mentioned him. He got the start. Watch him pull and get a nice block on Reeves Maben from his weak linebacking position. A huge hole for Pharoh Cooper to stroll into the end zone. You see the versatility from number 11 for South Carolina. We asked Coach Spurrier, can he get any more touches? He said, I don't know how much more we can do with him right now. We got to get some other folks to contribute. But on that drive, Pharoh Cooper looking a little bit like Amari Cooper last week.
Jalen Hurd and Marlon Lane flank Dobbs. This is Lane. He has nowhere to go. Tackled for a loss by Sherrod Golightly. Already a couple of big plays for the fifth-year senior from Decatur, Georgia.
Last week versus Auburn, the South Carolina defense had opportunities to make plays. They would get penetration. They'd have tackles available to them at the line of scrimmage. Couldn't get the Auburn ball carriers on the ground. Now here tonight, able to get tackles for loss.
Dobbs exits the quarterback spot. Direct snap to Hurd. He's got it on the right side and a first down. Jonathan Walton with the tackle. Well, if Tennessee has watched any tape on South Carolina, they know they are vulnerable to the quarterback run. Stinch's Stars.
You can see J.T. Surratt is going to have to be a big factor in the run defense, of course, from his defensive tackle spot. And Bryson Williams, who can play corner and safety. Jalen Hurd, the ball carrier out of the Wildcat on that previous snap. We've seen North targeted as well.
This time the quarterback keeps it himself after faking the handoff. T.J. Gurley with the tackle on Dobbs. If Tennessee can convert on 2nd and 11, then essentially they're staying out of passing downs, and that's exactly what they need to do with Dobbs at quarterback.
That's the idea. What they don't want to do, of course, is place their first-time starter, at least in this season anyway, in these obvious passing predicaments. Pick up some yardage on 2nd down and make it 3rd and manageable.
Don Pearson in motion. Dobbs is going to throw this time. They look for the screen. Instead, he goes deep, wide open. First down, Tennessee. This is Pearson, and he's got it all the way down with extra effort inside the 20. There's a flag down after the 42-yard gain back at the 47-yard line. Somehow it seems Dobbs is better on deep balls.
Personal foul, face mask, 3 of the defense. Penalty will be enforced half the distance to the goal. Automatic first down.
Chris Lamons gets flagged.
You know, this time, we're going to see this a lot. They're going to blow Levon Pearson through the offensive backfield, and it makes the defense adjust. Either you've got a trail guy in man coverage, or you've got to make the switch. You see there late a face mask, but another deep ball completed versus the South Carolina defense.
I think the face mask was on the opposite side of the field, 40 yards from the play. This is Hurd through the traffic, down to the 5. Marquise Roberts with the stop. Lamons, who's been starting at corner the last 4 games, was tied up with Josh Malone on the other side of the field to add 15 to the 42-yard gain. 2nd and goal, Tennessee. Dobbs has it in his hands, trying to win the race, and he knifes his way through the loss of football. South Carolina has it. Roberts recovers in the end zone.
Dobbs does a good job on the pull read, and you see what.
Yeah, the question is whether or not he was down via the shoulder or the elbow. Boy, yeah. I don't know.
You see it right here as his elbow goes down. He possessed it. It looks to me like his elbow making contact is what forced him to lose control of the football. We're going to take a look at it again. Of course, the ruling being a touchback. You got to have indisputable video evidence. This look, it's hard to tell. That previous look at it, it appeared to me that he had control of the football until his left elbow that would establish him down caused the ball to come out.
Well, it could be the elbow, it could be the shoulder to establish him as down, and maybe that's the difference. Perhaps that shoulder was down a fraction of a second before the elbow was. Does he have control there? And is it enough to overrule the call on the field?
Yeah, it looks to me like regardless of what they establish as him down, he controlled the football prior to either the shoulder or the elbow touching.
And the only difference on whether or not it was recovered or out of bounds will be relevant to Marquise Roberts' final stat line, because it would be South Carolina football regardless at the 20, either recovered by Roberts or the fumble out of bounds in the end zone. So the ruling on the field is fumble on Tennessee's first significant drive of the night for Volunteer team, which is looking to get back to the postseason. They haven't won a bowl game since the 2007 Outback Bowl, and they need to win 3 of their last 4 to even make it to a bowl.
And as they review this, you know, you can imagine what the coaches are thinking. Dobbs early in the series.
After review, the runner was down prior to losing possession of the ball. Therefore, it will be 3rd and goal inside the 1.
But Butch Jones right now is saying, look, we don't want to be in these scenarios. We don't want to be in a situation where we need a review. The ball came shooting out versus Alabama last week. And right here, secure the football. I think that was a good overruling by the replay booth.
Jalen Hurd is the tailback behind Joshua Dobbs. Hurd stopped. It was Bryson Allen Williams to force 4th and goal.
South Carolina, when they got in the red zone versus Auburn last week, they would get in a bear defense. That covers up both your guards and your center, basically saying, we're going to deny any inside run. That time, Bryson Allen Williams came shooting out around the formation and was able to make the tackle.
South Carolina late in coverage, covering those 2 receivers at the top. Tennessee gave him time to get set, and now Hurd straight ahead into the pile, and he's stopped on 4th and goal. Who knew this was going to be a game of 4th down stops? We've already had 2 in the first quarter.
Great job of establishing the line of scrimmage. Look, no push by the interior 3. South Carolina's defensive tackles from guard to guard said, we're not going to cede an inch, and it allowed the linebackers to run downhill.
Tennessee's weakest link is its offensive line, and they chose to go straight ahead on 4th and goal down a touchdown in the first quarter. In a must-win game for Butch Jones and the Vols. Defense, the Stars early on.
The 2014 SEC Soccer Tournament is on the SEC Network. The top 10 programs take the field in 4 rounds of intense competition.
On her left foot, what a goal, she's put it away.
Fighting to take home the ultimate prize. It's win and move on. The 2014 SEC Soccer Tournament begins Monday at 4:30, only on the SEC Network.
College Football Playoff Top 25 Ranking Show, Tuesdays on ESPN.
The quest for the SEC volleyball title comes down to the final stretch, Thursday, only on the SEC Network. Experienced squads dig deep to be the last team standing as they make their final push for the SEC crown. This week, LSU and Texas A&M do battle in College Station. LSU, Texas A&M, Thursday at 7, only on the SEC Network.
Seven 0 South Carolina. Tennessee head coach Butch Jones hates losing, and Ethan Wolf is learning that.
Ethan Wolf's a true freshman, and right now they're looking for him to insert right here and end up blocking on a linebacker. Watch left tackle Kyler Kerbison step out. Instead, Wolf blocks the backside to seal the backside of the blocking scheme. And you see Butch Jones, I think he was intended to be the lead blocker, and that time instead South Carolina would have had a free hat in the hole. I think regardless of what Ethan Wolf would have done in that tackle gap, it wouldn't have mattered because of the utter lack of push by the interior portion of the Tennessee offensive front. And I'm a little bit surprised, I think you are too, Tom, that they didn't give a mobile quarterback, Josh Dobbs, an opportunity to escape the pocket with a run-pass option. As it is, South Carolina with a big stop.
Brandon Wilds is the tailback. Tennessee showing pressure. A.J. Johnson ran to the line. Gamecocks now have 7 seconds in the play clock as Thompson goes to the shotgun. Pressure coming. Thompson lets one go deep. Well overthrown and intercepted. Picked off by Justin Coleman. And Coleman inside the 20. Tennessee in business with Coleman's second interception of the season. Thompson has to deal with the wind tonight. And the flag show it's going about 3 different ways. It was a 21-yard return. There's a flag down, I believe, on the return.
Take a look right up here. We're going to see what happens and whether or not. Nah, that's just that's a bad ball initially from Dylan Thompson. He and Demir Bird clearly on
ruling
different pages.
Ruling is an interception after the play, blocking the back, 37 of the return team. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, first down.
So that will cost Tennessee some yardage, but the takeaway still belongs to the Vols.
We've seen this a little bit, with Dylan Thompson going into the end zone, not necessarily coming out of it. He's had a couple of balls that get away from him. He had one that was a little bit high with pressure in his face last week, trying to get the ball to Nick Jones and Shaq Rowland in the end zone, resulting in turnovers. And then this one, you see him visiting with Demir Bird. Either that ball sailed on him or Bird was running a post route. Thompson and his receiver on different pages.
This is Hurd. And another big run for the freshman from Hendersonville, Tennessee, Jalen Hurd, the 3rd leading freshman rusher in the SEC. That time, he takes it for 16.
It's a good job of getting outside, and you see what the zone read will do. It slowed down David Johnson, number 55 at the defensive end position. He had the C gap. Hurd was able to get outside. He was the unblocked defender. That's the influence of Joshua Dobbs in the run game.
Ball was loose, and it's fallen on by Dobbs. He had Pearson cutting through. He had Hurd going ahead, and Dobbs also an option to keep it. That time he lost it.
There's a lot of ball handling. That time it was Pearson, I think, as he was running through on the fly sweep that knocked it out of Dobbs' hands. I don't know if Dobbs was trying to make that handoff, and Pearson just didn't give him a good pocket. It's the ball carrier's job to find the football because the quarterback is watching the defense.
Pearson again coming through. Dobbs looks his way. Pump fake worked again this week. And Dobbs scrambles out of bounds. He had a beautiful pump fake last week against Alabama that sprung him for a first down run. And Dobbs with an 8-yard scramble.
And those pump fakes, you put a defender in such a bad spot. If he ends up throwing the football, of course, they usually leave their feet. So worst thing a defender can do. See the pressure from Bryson Allen Williams as he came up. That time he was able to keep his feet. But Dobbs showing that scrambling ability.
3rd and 6. Quick release, no one there. There's a flag that came in late. Marquez North is a roommate of Josh Dobbs, so you can bet there's some familiarity there. He wants to get him the football, and Lamons gets flagged.
Pass interference, defense number 3. Ball to be placed in the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
It's a second key flag against Chris Lamons tonight.
See Lamons right here matched up with North on the outside. And as you mentioned, 2 costly penalties with Tennessee driving now. North can't get underneath. See Lamons mugging him right off the line of scrimmage. He had the face mask penalty on the previous big completion to Levon Pearson. And now this one to give Tennessee the yardage and a first down.
This is Hurd. Nice little stiff arm, and he's inside the 10. Taking bystanders out. There's a late flag. And that'll move Tennessee even closer to the goal line.
You see something that Jalen Hurd is doing better as the season unfolds. He's dealing with tacklers as they come up. I mean, earlier on in this season, minimal yards after contact. Went down very easily. He and both Leonard Fournette, the true freshman, getting better at that.
Following the play, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, 28 of the defense, late hit out of bounds. Half the distance to the goal, automatic first down.
And we got a chain down.
That's the second chain gang casualty we've seen this year. That time, though, Jonathan Walton, you see him late coming in there. He's playing in relief of Sky Moore, the leading tackler for South Carolina. Not only a costly penalty, but now there's going to be some additional equipment costs for Ray Tanner.
The AD reaching into his pocket. He'd rather reach in for torn down goalposts. This is Marlon Lane taking it near the goal line. Stop short.
That time, pretty good push by Tennessee's offensive front as you see them jumping the ball and trying to catch South Carolina getting lined up.
Lane, no, Dobbs has it, and he is just shy. And that'll set up 3rd and goal.
Nice job by T.J. Gurley. T.J. Gurley at his safety position is the type where he's physical enough to play him close to the line of scrimmage, not just in the red zone, but you'll see him on field plays as well, where they'll roll him down into the box to provide run support. But another chance for Tennessee to avenge the stuff last time that they got by this South Carolina defense. Be surprised if they don't move the pocket this time around.
Option, reverse off of it. And Pig Howard trying to outrun the defense. That'll do, Pig. That'll do.
Nice play call by Mike Bajakian. You know, last time Tennessee went right into the teeth of the South Carolina defensive front. This time, out of the cat, Jalen Hurd. The nice flip to Pig Howard. That will do. Just as long as it results in 6 points. And Tennessee able to get on the board.
It started with a Dylan Thompson interception. And Tennessee's defense able to set up its offense for the score. Medley for the extra point. Tennessee had great field position on consecutive drives. The first time they were stopped. The second time they got South Carolina stuck in their own web. The interception didn't have the head ball coach happy. Even less happy after this Pig Howard long run from a yard out.
C-A-R.
They aren't born Cardinals. Or Razorbacks. Or Tigers.
A-U-X. Go Tigers.
They need a little help.
Roll Tide.
So for 10 years, the Allstate Good Hands Nets program has supported college scholarships to help students prepare for a life that's good.
S. Let them know you're there.
November 7th, 2010. A day fans will remember forever. With time ticking down, Rick Noble was inches away from glory, but couldn't find daylight. He tried the cutback, the spin move, and going up the middle. There was only one option left. His now famous trick play, the triple fork Noble. And he scored.
Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
Now all he needed was a beer.
So right now, if you get the 15 gig plan, we'll double the data and make it 30 gigs for the same price.
30 gigs? Wow, that's a lot. You don't have to do that for me.
Oh, that's okay.
No, seriously, I wouldn't want you to get in trouble.
It's the same plan for everyone. Families, businesses, whoever.
Right.
No celebrity treatment here.
Really isn't any celebrity treatment.
Just a normal guy getting a great deal.
We're just saying it loudly for some reason.
Now get 30 gigs of data to share with family or your business, starting at $160 a month.
Doreen O'Kane in studio. Let's take a look at an SEC right now, brought to you by State Farm. Mississippi State up against the ropes early against Arkansas. Alex Collins touchdown. It came off of a turnover. Hogs up 10-zip at #1 Mississippi State. Dogs are driving. Tom?
All right, Dari, thanks. It's been kind of a wild day in the Southeastern Conference. But then again, anytime there's measurable snow in the Palmetto State on November 1st, you could expect the unexpected.
Yeah, when you're getting out the tire chains.
They shut down a stretch of Interstate 40 between Tennessee and the Carolina line as some of those ball fans got stuck in the mountains today. Luckily, my color analyst made it just fine. The earliest snow on record for Columbia beat the 1909 record. And oh, by the way, Georgia also lost to Florida. This is Carson. He's tripped up at the 20. Nice open field tackle. So the SEC East, you could say, is wide open. But right now, a Missouri team that lost at home to Indiana is in first place.
Yeah, you look at them sitting at, coming into the game anyway with just the one loss to the University of Georgia, and that was really fueled by turnovers. Now, we've seen them recently in the offense that had difficulty getting going, but they handled Kentucky. They've got 3 conference games left, including a matchup versus the University of Tennessee with us here tonight. And then they've got Texas A&M and Arkansas. Arkansas at home for Missouri. A very real chance for the Tigers in a second straight division victory.
And by the way, Georgia still has Auburn coming to the Classic City.
Substitution, 28 of the offense, 12 men in the formation, 5-yard penalty, still first out.
Mike Davis was the man flag. That's a penalty marker that Butch Davis would have been happy to see last week against Alabama. That and illegal substitution. First drive, they failed on their 4th down conversion. Second drive, they finished with 3 plays out of the Wildcat. And the 3rd drive, a pick on the very first play. This time they go underneath to Adams, his 2nd grab of the night. And the tight end is a good weapon for South Carolina once again. Steve Spurrier has always been a fun coach, and I mean that in every sense of the word. But when he realizes that he has to be wide open to win a game, that's when the fun quotient hits an all-time high.
And the danger quotient for defenses, that's for sure.
A stop up the middle on Mike Davis. A couple of balls there, led by Brian Randolph.
The difficulty you face when you've got a Steve Spurrier who's willing to go for it on 4th down is it changes your mindset, not only for your defense, but for your coaches as well. You get a 2nd down or a third down play, you think you're defending 4 yards. You're not. Perhaps he's just trying to gain on the sticks a little bit to make it 4th and short to see if he can continue the possession.
8 in the box for Tennessee. Thompson finds Cooper, makes the first man miss, and gets an extra yard by staying in bounds. A move that his coach thought not enough Gamecocks took advantage of last week against Alabama.
Certainly not from Pharaoh Cooper, one of the coach's favorites, not just Steve Spurrier's. And you can see, already that previous touchdown drive that South Carolina staged, Pharaoh Cooper out of the Wildcat, but he's also dangerous this time out wide at the top of the formation.
They go to Cooper. Somehow he found a soft spot. And maybe the reason he found a soft spot is because he ran Mike Davis underneath him. And as you pointed out earlier, Davis is a great receiver out of the backfield.
He is. He's going to get the attention of the defense. And what Tennessee does a great job of is keeping you in front of them. They're a good pass defense. They get some picks. They don't give up a lot of yardage. Not a lot of yards downfield and contested throws. But they'll give up some yards after the catch. They'll give up the completion, but they'll make the tackle in front of them.
South Carolina pass happy here early on. Something that came back to bite him in the 4th quarter against Kentucky. David Williams is the tailback. His first touch, and he goes straight up the middle for a South Carolina first down. Gashing the Vols until McNeil takes him down outside the 40.
I wonder if Tennessee wasn't misaligned on that run. You see big Brandon Shell down. Right tackle for South Carolina. But it looked to me like the defensive front was overshifted. Look at this. You don't have a defender anywhere from center all the way to tight end, and A.J. Johnson scrambling around. You don't have to block anybody, and Brandon Shell got rolled up late by Jarrell Adams. I think the defensive front was misaligned clearly. Perhaps that's what the senior veteran signal caller for Tennessee and A.J. Johnson was trying to straighten out.
So Shell comes off. Will Sport, one of the guys that went in there along with Mason Zandy. So there may be some shuffling on that South Carolina line. First quarter near an end, and Dylan Thompson will say, we'll just wait to get a snap off. They'll have the wind at their back, and it's been gusting to nearly 20 miles an hour out of the south thus far tonight. It has been the closest played rivalry in the SEC since the turn of the century, and that's again what we have tonight. And a great atmosphere in Columbia through 1 quarter. We are all even at 7.
It's the moments we share that mean so much. It's the little things that add up to something more. It's playing the game without knowing the score. And it's the place in our hearts filled by the ones we love. Franklin American Mortgage. It all begins with home.
Take a deep breath in and exhale. And a gentle wave-like motion. Liberate your spine. Good. And reach, toes blossoming.
Not that great at yoga.
Yeah, but when I slipped a disc, he paid my claim in just 4 days.
4 days?
Yep.
See why speed matters at Aflac.com.
Football's king in South Mississippi. All summer, running 7-on-7, 98 degrees, busting your butt for one thing. That's to play on Friday nights. This is a man's game. You understand? You're going to get hit in the mouth, you're going to get challenged. Our quarterback wears a Tommy Copper elbow sleeve, and he loves that. We got to make sure that we play at the highest level we can play. Anytime you can get your kids in a high-quality product, I think they perform a little bit better. If you feel good, you play good. If you look good, you perform better. And we wear it every day. Looking for leaders, guys. Bring the energy every day. Tommy Copper helps us bring our kids back a little bit quicker maybe than normal. We've got every one of our kids in Tommy Copper. There are going to be days when it's hard. That's why you play the game, is because you love it. To get the best compression in the game, go to TommyCopper.com.
What is it that makes them a team that would deserve to be in the playoffs?
Who do you think is the best and who has accomplished the most?
I think the SEC is only going to get one.
The 4 playoff teams right now.
The selection committee will determine the top 25.
The committee's going to have their hands full.
It is a task that I do not envy.
I see a lot of good teams. I don't see one elite team.
I think this will add to the regular season.
It's going to be chaos by the time we get to December.
College Football Playoff Top 25 Ranking Show, Tuesdays at 7:30 on ESPN. Presented by Capital One.
We are tied at 7 on a chilly night in Columbia, South Carolina. For more on this weather, let's go down to the sidelines and say hello to Heather Mitz.
Hi, Tom. Yes, it's 49 degrees right now, but it was a lot cooler this morning. It actually snowed. It was the first earliest snow in 125 years here in Columbia. But I tell you what, you know who was not affected was Tennessee linebacker A.J. Johnson, who was out here during pre-game without his shirt on. Tell you what, both teams have heaters on the sideline, and you know where to find me.
Yeah, and what makes it weird for A.J. is he wears long sleeves every day, even during practice in the summer. Kurt Magid was shirtless, so was Jakob Johnson, the Tennessee linebackers. Not afraid of frostbite tonight. David Williams is the tailback as we start the second quarter. Got a note from a ball fan stuck on I-40 in the mountains. He wants us to send a St. Bernard his way. Williams inside the 40. Danny O'Brien with the tackle.
St. Bernard with a keg full of Gatorade, right? To keep him hydrated, of course.
Well, whatever.
Hydration's important.
I got 14 inches in the Tennessee mountains today.
You know, it's interesting. Last week, South Carolina opened things up. David Williams, 2 weeks ago, coming out of the bye week, had mentioned he thought the offense was going to go very run heavy. 75% they thought. Wasn't necessarily the case last week. But you see in South Carolina, certainly capable out of their one-back offense and even two-back looks to get downhill in the run game.
Steve Spurrier said was so important. That is a bullet behind his receiver trying to find Demir Bird.
Yeah, you know, a lot of hands being thrown up. As we mentioned on the interception, as some flakes begin to fall, something's falling out here. I'm not real sure. But Dylan Thompson and Demir Bird, that's twice now that we've seen in this game where both is looking at the other and wondering what in the world's going on. They're going to have to figure that out. It's already cost South Carolina one turnover. In this instance now forcing a 3rd and long with that incompletion.
Here comes pressure straight up the middle. Thompson took a bump, got rid of it. Incomplete juggling attempt by Jarrell Adams. In 2 if not 3 different balls had a chance, including McNeil and A.J. Johnson, to pick it off the deflection. 4th and 7.
You know, Tennessee, once again, as I mentioned, they don't bring a lot of pressure. We've seen them blitz on a couple of occasions. That time clearly influencing the throw. As you see Dylan Thompson trying to deliver the football, and Adams, I think he could feel the tackle coming. He wanted to circle back against that ball. You could see him coaching up his quarterback. G.A. Mangus is another quarterback coach here at South Carolina. You get plenty of coaching if you're the quarterback for the Gamecocks, that's for sure.
Cameron Sutton will have a chance for a return. A South Carolina touchback to bring it out for Tennessee. Balls have looked good on offense. Meanwhile, a Volunteer State native, Steve Spurrier out of Johnson City, not too happy with his quarterback play tonight.
They aren't born Cardinals or Razorbacks. They need a little help. So for 10 years, the All-State Nets program has supported scholarships to help students prepare for a life that's good.
The 2014 SEC Soccer Tournament is on the SEC Network. The top 10 programs take the field. in 4 rounds of intense competition.
On her left foot, what a goal, she's put it away.
Fighting to take home the ultimate prize. It's win and move on. The 2014 SEC Soccer Tournament begins Monday at 4:30, only on the SEC Network. The quest for the SEC volleyball title comes down to the final stretch, Thursday, only on the SEC Network. Experienced squads dig deep to be the last team standing as they make their final push for the SEC crown. This week, LSU and Texas A&M do battle in College Station. LSU, Texas A&M, Thursday at 7, only on the SEC Network.
But Auburn, Nick Marshall, elusive, throws, Sammy Coates, touchdown, 57 yards. 2 first-half touchdowns against the Ole Miss defense this game. They've given up 1 by an offense this season in the first half. Mississippi State down 10-7. Guys.
All right, Dari, thanks. Here in Columbia, Justin Worley has made the trip down on his own. The South Carolina native thought he'd have a homecoming contest. That is not the case today. He's been beat up all season by this beleaguered offensive line and aggressive SEC defenses, and he may not return this year.
Yeah, they were young coming into the season. A lot of non-veterans. You had to basically graduate or lost their entire front line from a season ago. And Justin Worley paid the price. You could see taking shots. Almost 30% of their dropbacks, he got pressured. It was very rare that he was able to generate those numbers, 1,500 passing yards. Not bad considering the pressure he was under.
This offensive line has allowed 32 sacks this season. Not on that play. A strike across the middle for a first down to Ethan Wolf.
Ethan Wolf, he'd been targeted earlier. The ball was behind him. Josh Dobbs that time got the ball out on time and well placed. Allow Wolf to run through the catch.
Barnland Lane straight ahead.
You could see coming into this game, and really even going into the Alabama game a week ago, Tennessee was one of the more inept run offenses in the country, 116th in the country. But the influence that a mobile quarterback has, where it holds linebackers at the second level just long enough to generate creases in the run game.
There's Dobbs taking his turn. Let's find out what Justin Worley's doing down there on the sideline as we check in with Heather.
Yeah, whenever the offense is on the field, he's paying close attention to what's going on. And when the offense comes off, he makes sure to make his way up and down the line, giving advice to everyone on the sideline, just being very involved, and obviously being a cheerleader right now.
And now he's got to think about a play call in his head as the Volunteers face a 3rd and 2. Hurd is the tailback. It's Dobbs with it. Nobody picked him up, and Dobbs kind of with a rope-a-dope run almost looked nonchalant to help sell the fake, and it results in a UT first down.
Great job by Dobbs, reading not only the defensive end, Bryson Allen Williams, but also second level crashes down inside. A lot of times they'll take a defensive end or the edge defender on the line of scrimmage, and they'll block him, and that quarterback is reading the weak side linebacker.
Tennessee has been run heavy tonight. Incomplete, fallen on. It's ruled a forward pass anyway, as Jalen Hurd had a heads-up play to make sure it wasn't a line ball.
Certainly see the element that Josh Dobbs brings. You're talking about Justin Worley, an excellent passer. But given the difficulties that Tennessee had from a roster standpoint this year, it was important to get a mobile quarterback. Only 2 sacks last week.
Second and 10, they're going to throw again, and that one was just a tick behind his wide receiver, is a tight end Daniel Helm.
Tennessee, you start out this series with an incompletion, you back it up with another incompletion with 10 to go. You're faced with 3rd and long. Last week they had better success, but they're averaging about 8 yards on these 3rd downs.
Four-man rush. Dobbs steps up, fires, complete. A first down for Tennessee and Pig Howard. That was a rocket across the middle. And Tennessee's got a fresh set of downs.
You see what Dobbs can do. He presses up in the pocket. Tennessee gets beaten right now. Marcus Jackson, who they just got back in the offensive front.
Back to the run game. And Lane. And he is limping forward after Gerald Dixon had him around the ankle.
Seeing talking with offensive coordinator Mike Bajakian, what they wanted to be able to do is be a little bit more up-tempo. I think there's an opportunity to wear down South Carolina, knowing that they were throwing haymakers last week versus Auburn to catch the Gamecock defense back on their heels.
Dobbs has brought a bolt of energy to this offense. Hit as he throws, incomplete. Trying to find Malone, covered by Williams.
Again, pressure. We see Dobbs having to deliver the football. We talked about Justin Worley. This time, J.T. Surratt again. He's been a rock for the South Carolina defensive front that's seen names rotating through, especially at the end position. Back-to-back plays. South Carolina's able to get pressure, something they haven't been able to do all season long.
Late sub for South Carolina defensively. Dobbs, pardon me, this is Hurd, and he's got it straight up the gut for the first down. T.J. Gurley with the tackle.
A lot of movement on that one. You see David Johnson's running out there for South Carolina, and then Dobbs motioned out late. Dobbs is number 11, Jalen Hurd number 1. Hurd ended up taking the direct snap, and it looks like that's part of the red zone plan for Tennessee to hop into the Wildcat.
Dobbs will take it this time, and he will keep it this time. Touchdown, Tennessee. Josh Dobbs with the carry. A 7-yard touchdown run. His first rushing touchdown of the season.
Certainly on that play, we saw Joshua Dobbs, a big gainer on the quarterback pull to the outside, and then the quarterback power, which was a play that Tennessee had not run all season long until Dobbs was inserted at the quarterback position. This time for 6 points. You could see that running game and what the quarterback run element can do for Tennessee.
Aaron Medley's extra point is good. And Tennessee in a must-win game. They need to win 3 of their last 4 to make it to a bowl. The Volunteers have a lead thanks to the arm and then the legs of Josh Dobbs, keeping the drive alive and then cashing in on his own. 14-7 Tennessee.
Yes, nice hit. Seriously, Dish is awesome. Now we can watch live college football anywhere.
I know. It's like we're back in college.
I wish. College? I can go back to college?
Yeah. Every game day with Dish.
I'm in. I think that's Heath Schuler.
What's up, guys?
We're going back to college.
Take me with you.
The boss.
Stay connected to your team with the most football anywhere. Get in the game with Dish.
Daddy, where does this come from?
Delving into their lineage, twins Chris and Cliff Paul discovered their ancestors invented the assist. In 1922, Clifford Paul inspired the very first State Farm agents to act like a good neighbor. While Christopher Paul had the idea to pass the ball in order to score. It was clear the gift of giving was in their genes. Allegedly. Nothing endures like the legacy of an assist.
What is it that makes them a team that would deserve to be in the playoff?
Who do you think is the best and who has accomplished the most?
I think the SEC is only going to get one.
The 4 playoff teams right now.
Selection committee will determine the top 25.
The committee's going to have their hands
full. It is a task that I do not envy.
A lot of good teams. I don't see one elite team.
I think this will add to the regular season.
It's going to be chaos by the time we get to December.
College Football Playoff Top 25 Ranking Show, Tuesdays at 7:30 on ESPN. Presented by Capital One.
Where's the duck? There he is. Let's take a look at tonight's Aflac Trivia question. Tennessee has the 4th longest active scoring streak in the FBS. When was the last time the Volunteers were shut out?
That's going to be a tough one. I'll have to chew on that one for a hair. Lots of poultry and waterfowl involved in this sport already. See Joshua Dobbs, you were touching on a little bit, what he's brought to Tennessee offensively. It doesn't take anything away from Justin Worley, but given the difficulties that they had, the team that they had coming into this season, you want to get the guy another year of eligibility. But so far, he's played very well with his opportunities this season, last week, and now here tonight.
Sean Carson from about the 3. And he gets turned around in the middle of the field. Special teams tackle. Patrick Ashford, pardon me, that was Swafford. Devon Swafford with the turnaround. And tough field position for South Carolina. Is it possible for a quarterback? We know they can give an offense a boost. Can that boost carry through the other units on the field, including special teams?
Well, you see, just about anything with the energy on the sideline. But this has been a defensively led football team this season for Tennessee. A defensive unit that's played well. But you can see that if there's an area that struggled all season long, especially like in the run game, where Tennessee has really had a hard time getting that established. You talk to the coaches, they want to be a physical downhill running team. It can inspire that sort of performance for a defensive side of the ball when the offense gets going.
Another quarterback for South Carolina, Farrell Cooper, in the Wildcat formation. He's got 2 lead blockers in front of him. Outruns one guy, then finds a sideline, and that'll be close to a first down. Forced out of bounds by Emmanuel Mosley. The spot will be just shy. It'll be a gain of 9.
South Carolina falling down a little bit early. Last week they were able to get ahead of Auburn, get on the scoreboard early, and maintain that margin until they were finally caught in the 3rd quarter and then lapped. It may be important for their confidence that the offense is able to answer right here with this possession.
Mike Davis, touch behind the line, got a stretch for the first down. He's got it. Ryan Randolph escorts him out of bounds. Dylan Thompson, that time before the snap, you saw him turn to the South Carolina sideline and motion to a couple of his receivers, but those are the only 2 guys in the entire offense he was motioning to. Is that a giveaway that that's a dummy signal when you're only motioning to 2 guys?
Well, you'll see him sometimes, and he'll come up and he'll motion to just one side of the formation and end up throwing it to the opposite side. So you wonder, in their progression sometimes, you don't know necessarily where he's going to end up going with the football. Now, if he just goes up and only speaks to his offensive lineman and those receivers never look, it's pretty obvious what's about to happen. It certainly isn't going to be a pass play.
It's a pass play this time. Thompson goes to the edge. Nice hands catch by Demir Bird.
Demir Bird on the outside. We mentioned he can be a deep threat, so because of that, he's going to warrant some cushion from Tennessee. That time, Emmanuel Mosley respecting Demir Bird's ability to get downfield. His 2nd reception off of 5 targets. They like him downfield, but they don't complete a ton of balls to Bird.
South Carolina taking its time tempo-wise on this drive. Great coverage downfield. Thompson trying to direct traffic. And no gain on the scramble. Credit the Tennessee secondary.
Excellent job. And Dylan Thompson recognizing he was trying to direct traffic. And when he escaped the pocket, trying to see if anyone would break loose and come open. You'll see that on these scramble drills. Puts a stress on a secondary. So they have to hang with the routes. And, of course, the routes break down and your receivers are freelancing. That time, Tennessee secondary did a good job of gloving any receptions downfield.
Thompson's coming off of a game where he threw for more than 400 yards against Alabama. This time it's Cooper. Cooper's got midfield. Threw on the brakes, but dragged down from behind by Justin Coleman.
Pharaoh Cooper, you don't know where he is in the South Carolina offense. It's a big mistake because he's begging to hurt you. You see him right here, this time in the slot. And he's going to end up sliding out. You'll see this is a busted coverage clearly. That time Justin Coleman was playing the inside on the hash, and he had to rally to that reception as Cooper was able to work back outside.
He's caught 4 of the 5 balls that have come to him so far tonight. Play clock at 2. Not a great snap, and we get a whistle and a flag and movement up front on South Carolina.
Before the snap, false start, 89 offense, 5-yard penalty, still first out.
Guys get antsy. You know, the quarterback's not the only one that can see the shot clock. This time it's Darrell Adams. And when you're at tight end as well, it's not easy to see that football all the way on the inside. You just barely jumped that count. Drew the flag. And obviously no way to start that fresh set of downs behind in the down and distance. 1st and 15. And your offense is starting to move the football.
Thompson down the hash, complete. Cooper hung on. He took a big-time hit for Justin Coleman, but it's a South Carolina first down.
Well, you know what? A couple of weeks ago, Dylan Thompson apologized to Pharaoh Cooper because he was getting punished, but he hangs on to the football. He's not scared to go over the middle and come down with these big catches in traffic, knowing that he's going to take a shot. And that time, that ball hung up just enough where Justin Coleman could get a nice shot, a clean shot, incidentally, on Pharaoh Cooper.
Now they're going to ask Cooper to step into the Wildcat again after he just took a big lick. May not have great legs to run it this time. And he picks up a couple. That'll set up second down. I always cringe when a guy takes a big hit, maybe even it's a quarterback, and the offensive coordinator says, I want that guy carrying the ball this time.
Yeah, you wonder if, if he's got little cobwebs, a few bats flying around in the attic. He took a big shot right there.
Or just even, I'm not talking about as serious as a concussion, but
just tired?
Yeah, just taking a hit. Give a guy a break maybe.
Well, Pharaoh Cooper looks like he's got pretty good stamina. Certainly Steve Spurrier trusts him 3 in a row now.
He's back at it again. And he's going to throw it. He's got a man open. Wilds is in. Touchdown, South Carolina.
You know what? Maybe they worry a little bit worried that Pharaoh Cooper's legs were tired, but his arm was good and fresh. That time Brandon Wilds, he was just offset to Cooper's right. We mentioned he made a completion to Dylan Thompson on a throwback last week. Now a touchdown pass to the resume.
And we are tied with 6:35 to go. Pharaoh Cooper's QBR is through the roof over the last 2 weeks. He fooled them, sucked the defense up, and went right over the top. Wilds does the rest. As close as you can get in Columbia.
Introducing our new grilled chicken nuggets. Hungry for more? Go to grilledlove.com.
I'm your tailgate grill. Your buddy was in such a rush to get into the game, he didn't quite put me out. I see you bought the industrial-sized bottle of lighter fluid. Smart. And if you got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get an Allstate agent and be better protected from mayhem. Like me.
Mayhem is everywhere. Are you in good hands?
The 2014 SEC Soccer Tournament is on the SEC Network. The top 10 programs take the field in 4 rounds of intense competition.
On her left foot, what a goal, she's put it away.
Fighting to take home the ultimate prize. It's win and move on. The 2014 SEC Soccer Tournament begins Monday at 4:30, only on the SEC Network.
Bold prediction. My man said Farrah Cooper would have a big game. He has.
It wasn't bold enough, man. I went 200 yards. He's got 125 already. 3 different ways. You said early on that you better find Farrah Cooper. Well, he's made his presence felt as a receiver on a number of occasions, downfield, and providing Dylan Thompson a strong target at his receiver position in the slot and taking some big shots. But he's also had 6 plays out of the Wildcat. We've seen him get into the end zone, and now he's helping his teammates, hitting Brandon Wilds. Right now, Farrah Cooper, he's probably wondering, who is my position coach? Exactly. Because he's doing it all right now for South Carolina. You can see, you know, the weapon that he is for this Gamecock offense. Only a sophomore. There's a lot more to come from him.
That wind gusting to near 20 out of the south end zone is taking the football off the tee.
Take a look at those flags. Ole Miss and Auburn facing off here tonight as well. Big matchup over in the West Division. A couple of top 4 teams in that first college football playoff ranking.
Evan Berry is the return man for Tennessee. This goes short. And it's Malik Foreman on the return instead of Berry, and he takes it out to the 29-yard line. Time now to answer tonight's Aflac trivia question. UT has the 4th longest active scoring streak in the FBS. When was the last time they were shut out? 1994 against Florida, coached by the head ball coach. Steve Spurrier was a 3-sport standout at Science Hill High School in Johnson City, Tennessee. He said, I got really excited to go back home and face the Vols when I was the offensive coordinator at Duke in 1982. They had Willie Gault, they had Reggie White, and we got him. They slept on the Dukies. We came back in 1985, got him again. He very nearly went to Tennessee as a quarterback, but he wanted to go somewhere a little more pass happy, so he ended up in Gainesville. Jalen Hurd has the carry. South Carolina has struggled against running quarterbacks and the Wildcat this season. Kentucky torched them with it a few weeks ago, and it's worked for Tennessee as well. Last week against Alabama, 70 yards on the ground, all belonging to Dobbs, the most prolific day rushing for a Tennessee quarterback since T. Martin opened the '98 season by running against Syracuse. This is Hurd on the swing pass, and Hurd takes it to the 36. That Syracuse win for Tennessee in 1998 turned out to be their closest game of the national championship season under Phil Fulmer. T. Martin had a great game running the ball, 80 yards on the ground, threw for 143. Jeff Hall hit a game-winning field goal as time expired. You know who officiated that one?
Steve Shaw.
Our buddy Steve Shaw. He is everywhere. Incomplete. Trying to find Jason Kroom, and the Carolina secondary and Rico McWilliams come up with a stop.
Rico McWilliams does a great job. This time he gets his hands on Kroom. He comes off the line of scrimmage and able to disrupt that reception. You see South Carolina on defense challenging the Tennessee receivers. Jason Kroom, a big target at 6'5", 245.
Farrah Cooper is standing at the 25. See if Matt Darr can keep it away from him. Not a good kick. He kept it away from them all right. And he kept it away to the tune of about a 14-yard punt. We'll see where they mark it. Well, they're going to mark it past midfield to the chagrin of the South Carolina coaching staff. It's an 18-yard punt from Dobbs.
I have no idea what these guys are doing.
Yeah, they're faking the linebacker blitz, confusing the tailback, freeing up the corner to run to the QB's blind side, Jesse.
Larry, you going after my job?
Well, if I was an analyst for the SEC network, I mean, it would do my job. Okay, don't fight it. Let the harness wear you.
Ice cold Dr. Pepper here.
I didn't believe the ice cold part. I don't believe it's ice cold.
What is it that makes them a team that would deserve to be in the playoff?
Who do you think is the best and who has accomplished the most?
I think the SEC is only going to get one.
The 4 playoff teams right now.
Selection committee will determine the top 25.
The committee's going to have their hands
full. It's a task that I do not envy.
A lot of good teams. I don't see one elite
I think
team.
this will add to the regular season.
It's going to be chaos by the time we get to December.
College Football Playoff Top 25 Ranking Show, Tuesdays at 7:30 on ESPN. Presented by Capital One.
The quest for the SEC volleyball title comes down to the final stretch, Thursday, only on the SEC Network. Experienced squads dig deep to be the last team standing as they make their final push for the SEC crown. This week, LSU and Texas A&M do battle in College Station. LSU, Texas A&M, Thursday at 7, only on the SEC Network.
Welcome in. Regions Make halftime report coming up in just a few. Dari Noka, Greg McElroy, Booger McFarland, Florida, Georgia. We'll show you how Florida got that done. Auburn and Ole Miss, an update from Oxford. Dogs and Hogs as well. Mississippi State getting a battle here. Quick takeaway from Tennessee, South Carolina?
Been impressed by both teams. Just got to put it all together.
Dobbs, love what he's doing.
Love how you guys do that so quickly, guys.
Yeah, well, you know, it's the kind of day for new quarterbacks in the SEC. Dobbs here for Tennessee, and Kyle Allen got the start for Texas A&M. Not the best day for the Aggies, but they survived at home against Louisiana Monroe. Missouri went into first place in the East by doubling up Kentucky at Faurot Field. They won 11 of their last 13 in conference, and this will be the headliner. Florida took down Georgia. Just take them down. That was a dismantling first win over the Dogs under a former Dog, Will Muschamp. What were you thinking watching that one today?
Yeah, that was an uninspired performance, to be sure, for the Georgia Bulldogs. And what a great effort by the Florida Gators. A dominating effort, largely on the ground, one back power, and they ran it right down their throat.
Dylan Thompson trying to set up the screen and nowhere to go. Sniffed out perfectly by the Tennessee defense. Brandon Wilds was thrown for a loss. Jalen Reeves-Maben, one of the top tacklers in the SEC, in there for the stop for Tennessee.
It's interesting. You mentioned Steve Spurrier ends up going to Florida because they ran the single wing at Tennessee, and here tonight, South Carolina's made a lot of yardage out of the Wildcat. It's reminiscent of that single wing formation. It's amazing how cyclical football can be with the Gamecocks using that formation.
He said if Doug Dickey would have come in a couple of years earlier, I would have ended up in Knoxville. Thompson fires one to the outside. This is Cooper again. And Farrow with another grab just short of the marker. Justin Coleman with the coverage. You know, since they moved Farrow Cooper around a lot, we've seen him in the slot. We've seen him be the outside receiver in Twins, obviously in the Wildcat. It's called on a bunch of different volunteers to try and stop him.
Yeah, that's the thing, is it's going to spread out that defense as far as who's going to have to mark Farrow Cooper. And he's so active. They'll make him motion all the way across the formation. They'll move him around.
Reeves-Maben show blitz. They run it the opposite way with Wilds, and he has a first down. A.J. Johnson with the tackle for Tennessee.
That instance, you got Farrow Cooper out in the slot. Reeves-Maben, a linebacker, matched up with him, but he was stacked by the safety, showing that they were going to bring the edge pressure. South Carolina, the just right play call to head to the right side of their formation, and enough to pick up the first.
Farrow's been matched up with a safety multiple times tonight when he's in that slot. No motion to that position now. Thompson nearly hit from behind, goes deep. It is incomplete. Demir Bird was his intended receiver. Cameron Sutton had the coverage.
Dangerous throw that time because that ball hung on Dylan Thompson. You see the pressure just getting there a hair late. Derek Barnett from his defensive end position. You can see the ball hung just enough for Cameron Sutton to almost undercut that route.
Thompson 13 of 20 for 173 yards and a pick thus far tonight. He's been a different player in the first 3 quarters for Steve Spurrier this season. This offense has gone into hibernation in the 4th quarter of their losses. Pressured again, flicks it down the sideline to Cooper, somehow wide open. And a first down for South Carolina. Dylan Thompson wanted a flag on a late hit.
A little short rollout for Dylan Thompson that time. It still ended up with pressure as Barnett fought through the block and A.J. Johnson is there. But again, Pharaoh Cooper on the boundary and Cameron Sutton having to close the gap to come up and make the tackles. You see Barnett blow right through Brandon Wilds and take Dylan Thompson to the ground.
I think that's Cooper's argument. He took 3 steps with me in his arms and then drove me into the turf. 7 grabs for Cooper over the century mark. Thompson steps up, buys time, taken down from behind. Barnett got him cleanly that time. Thompson thought he was free.
They really like what they have in Derek Barnett. There was pressure earlier, but Barnett was there to clean him up as Thompson was flushing up and out of the pocket. Another true freshman, another one of these young faces that Butch Jones is kind of forced into service, having to learn on the job of what it's like to play in this conference at the collegiate level. And he's really starting to come on with his play behind the offense's line of scrimmage.
23 freshmen for Tennessee, most in the country. That's the first Volunteer sack tonight. Play clock at 2. Straight ahead run for Davis to the 20. Barnett in on the tackle for Tennessee.
The challenge for South Carolina would get some of these passing downs. You got Barnett who can come off the edge, and then Kurt Magette, who's another guy who's kind of worked his way back from a knee injury, number 56. And he's come on here of late, lost some weight, worked on his technique. You see him, he's on the right side of the formation for South Carolina at the top of the screen, and Barnett at the bottom.
They're coming free, both of them, to the end zone. Incomplete. Nick Jones was the man that Thompson was looking for, but he was hurried into that throw.
You see Thompson pleading with the officials as he's got buried once again. And this is just a 4-man rush. They're running games on the inside. And South Carolina getting beat in protection with just 4 men coming. And Dylan Thompson got planted on that last throw.
He's been in the turf a couple times on this drive, and on 4th and 14, Gamecocks line up for a 37-yard attempt. Elliott Fry, the kicker, Fish the holder, and that one is just outside. No good. The Fish Fry fails tonight with 1:20 to go in the 2nd quarter. South Carolina misses a chance to take the lead on a field goal into the wind in South Carolina. You know who loves it? Butch Jones.
The 2014 SEC Soccer Tournament is on the SEC Network. The top 10 programs take the field. in 4 rounds of intense competition.
On her left foot, what a goal, she's put it away.
Fighting to take home the ultimate prize. It's win and move on. The 2014 SEC Soccer Tournament begins Monday at 4:30, only on the SEC Network.
Tied at 14 between Tennessee and South Carolina as the Gamecocks miss an opportunity to go ahead. Since 2000, it's been the most competitive matchup in the SEC. The average margin has been just over 8 points a game. Tennessee leads it overall, but the last 2 have been decided by a total of 5. 4 of the last 9 have been decided by a field goal or less. And last year, Tennessee was able to knock off the Gamecocks in a dramatic fourth quarter comeback in Knoxville and keep South Carolina out of the SEC championship game. Dobbs is going to take off with it on first down. Moody able to escort him out of bounds. Dobbs is one of those guys who runs so easy it doesn't necessarily look full effort.
Yeah, he's a long strider. So you look at him and it looks like he's almost coasting, but he's eating up yardage. That time didn't duck out too early. He was able to pick up as much as he can, but at 6'3", 215, he can chew up some grass quickly with those strides.
Averaging nearly 6 yards a carry. South Carolina brings 4. Dobbs over the middle. Complete. First down and another big lick put on. This time it's Alex Ellis who holds on. And with 1:08 to go, Tennessee threatening again. 3 timeouts remain for the Vols.
This is the danger that Lorenzo Ward was worried about. The challenge with a running quarterback, of course, and they've already seen it on that first down. To make South Carolina aware of it on a design QB run, you have to keep your eyes on that quarterback. And this time, South Carolina defender down on the turf.
That's TJ Gurley. Out of Cairo, Georgia. He may have been involved with that hit and taken the worst of it on Ellis. That was, by the way, just the 3rd reception of the season for Ellis.
See Gurley able to get up and walk off under his own power. Good to see that. But Ellis doing his best Pharaoh Cooper impression. Making that completion and finishing the catch, knowing that he was going to take a shot. And not only was Gurley in the area, but Chris Moody as well, waiting on him when he came down.
Design run. Dobbs on first down picks up a nice chunk of yardage. There's a flag down. This Tennessee offensive line has been a carousel this season, especially in pass protection.
Holding, offense 75, 10-yard penalty, repeat first down.
Marcus Jackson has been injured. He did not play against Alabama. He's back in there tonight.
And this time you see him, he's lined up right here in front of Jalen Hurd. This is a design QB run. You see Hurd kind of leading him up into the hole. A relatively clean play. I guess they're at the tail end. They were saying he had too much jersey.
Down the sideline. Got a man. Knocked away at the last moment. Great coverage and reaction by Rico McWilliams. Denying Marquez North.
Need a little bit more air under that football. You see Rico McWilliams running on the low hip, the inside hip of Marquez North. That ball just a little bit flat, a little bit underthrown. You mentioned the relationship that Dobbs has with North, who can streak down that football field to be a deep threat for Tennessee in the passing game.
32 seconds remain in the half. To the sideline. Jason Kroom. Third and 3.
You see Dobbs. They've given him some flexibility, of course. He's changing the play at the line of scrimmage after checking the sideline.
17 seconds remain in the half after the incompletion, and 4th and 3 upcoming for Tennessee.
You know, that's one of those plays where, of course, no yardage gained. But the coaching staff at Tennessee are going to say, look, that's a wise decision. You don't want to take a sack, of course, and you have to burn a timeout as the clock winds down. Just throw the football away. Live to find another play, a chance to pick up a first. They still got 3 of their timeouts remaining.
Steve Spurrier rushes onto the field to get a timeout. He's not happy with his defensive substitution.
South Carolina, the first time out of the half.
That guy's running on and off the field, and so Spurrier, knowing they're going for it on 4th, we can't afford to allow a score. Tomorrow on the SEC Network, we turn our attention to the hardwood. The Kentucky men's basketball team, #1 in the nation, gears up for its regular season with an exhibition game against Pikeville. Game is also live on Watch ESPN. John Calipari will be platooning his top 10 players. See how that turns out for Kentucky. And thus far, this first half tonight has been kind of an ebb and flow. South Carolina offensively ditched the run, went with the pass. Tennessee has been pretty much all run tonight. And now it's their defense, much maligned this season, trying to get a stop. Opponents are 7 of 8 converting 4th downs this season.
Of course, that one stop in this ballgame on the goal line, and a big stop that it was in the first quarter. Tennessee's offense ready to strike. The only team in the FBS for the South Carolina defense that hadn't had a single stop of a 4th down attempt by an opponent. Be another great opportunity to get the stop here for this 4th down attempt by Tennessee.
TJ Gurley is back on the field. Now Tennessee uses a timeout. Joshua Dobbs getting the start for Butch Jones today is 7 of 15 for 124 yards through the air. He knows he's dealing with maybe an overmatched offensive line, I think fair to say, in the SEC. How does having Dobbs behind center help that O-line?
Well, it gives them so much mobility and escapability. And so even if you do get beat at the line of scrimmage, it could be dangerous for a defense. We've seen him tonight deliver some footballs after some early errant tosses. And he's had a relatively clean pocket at times, but when it has broken down, he's shown that escapability to get loose out on the perimeter in the passing game. And even on this possession here, going into half in the 2-minute drill, 2 quarterback designed runs. That's an element of the offense that wasn't available to them with Worley at the quarterback position. And it expands what they can do offensively.
And it's really the perfect opposition for him. South Carolina only has 8 sacks on the season. 4th and 3. Dobbs is going to run it on 4th and 3. They've got timeouts left. He may not need them. Dobbs breaks to the outside. Touchdown, Tennessee, on a 36-yard quarterback run by Josh Dobbs.
You mentioned what Joshua Dobbs brings at the quarterback position. And it's not just avoiding sacks. 3 times on this drive, Mike Bajakian, the offensive coordinator for Tennessee, dialed up QB design runs. And the third one was the dagger with only 7 seconds to play. And Josh Dobbs able to cover the remaining yards needed for 6.
This was a surprise attack on a design quarterback run for Dobbs. With so little time left, looked like South Carolina was expecting pass.
They were. They brought 4. That time, Dobbs does a good job. Marlon Lane looked like he was heading towards the outside to try to capture the edge, and Dobbs, he just stuck his right foot in the ground and came up underneath the South Carolina defense and was able to weave his way through the secondary, get all the way to the end zone. And you can see the difference that he's made in this Tennessee offense.
Already tonight, Dobbs taking control. He had 70 yards rushing last week against Alabama. It's a familiar refrain for the South Carolina defense. They have failed to identify quarterback running the ball, and it's happened to them all season long, perhaps at its worst against Kentucky.
Well, you can see Kentucky that they really ended up taking over the football game in the 4th quarter, running almost exclusively out of the Wildcat with little to no passing threat, something that, of course, Tennessee does have that element with Josh Dobbs, and certainly Nick Marshall as well last week. And coming into this game, defensive coordinator for South Carolina, Lorenzo Ward, mentioned he likes Josh Dobbs as a passer even more so than Nick Marshall, who's a veteran signal caller for the Auburn offense. You can see here tonight, so far it's been Dobbs on the ground that's hurt him.
Squib kick taken at the 19. There'll be a couple of ticks left if South Carolina wants to take a shot.
Such a big momentum swing when you're looking at closing out the first half. See both of these teams willing to go for it on 4th down. South Carolina with a goal line stand. It's been the Pharaoh Cooper show for South Carolina offensively. You see Joshua Dobbs, he's been able to hit a couple of big passes, but in the run game, he has been dangerous. And in that 2-minute drill, to get a score going into half is huge, knowing that you're going to get the ball opening up the second.
South Carolina will turn to the run on the final play of the half, and Davis able to get some yardage, but no points out of it. There may be snow on Rocky Top, but here in Columbia, the Tennessee Vols feel right at home with a touchdown lead. And as Matt said, they'll get the ball to start the second half. They need to win 3 out of 4 to be bowl eligible. That would be a big start here tonight at Williams-Brice. Let's go down to the sidelines where Heather's standing by with Butch Jones.
Coach, we've seen it all night long, but talk about your quarterback and what he brings to your offense.
Well, he brings another dynamic, and that's the ability to run the football. But I think that he's playing with great poise. He's been able to also distribute his passing ability as well.
This is a must-win situation for you. So how do you neutralize Pharaoh Cooper in the second half?
Well, every game's a must-win situation, but he's a great player. We'll make some halftime adjustments.
What are those adjustments?
I'm sorry?
What are those adjustments?
Well, again, we have to be able to adjust with our eyes, have some play action passes off it. We're in position, we just have to tackle them.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
All right, adjustments to be made on both sides. It's a touchdown lead for Tennessee. Now let's take you back to the studio for 3 guys, none of whom are known as running quarterbacks. Here's Dari Noka and gang.
I believe that was aimed at you, since I've never thrown a football, and Boog hasn't thrown many either. Regions Bank halftime report, that's where it is. Dari Noka, Greg McElroy, who did have a 15-yard run in the National Football League at one point, and Booger McFarland.
Wow.
Didn't. You did. You were a little mobile.
Very. Emphasis on the word little.
Very questionable. Hey, Joshua Dobbs, what a huge play that was to put Tennessee up at halftime. How do you describe what that means to a team like Tennessee going into the locker room?
Well, it's huge, obviously, and seeing a young guy especially do it, go out there, make a play with his legs. It was bad angles by the South Carolina defense, but you also have to credit Dobbs being the playmaker that he is, stealing the points before the half, a huge momentum swing in favor of the Volunteers.
And credit to Butch Jones. They're using him a different way than they would use Worley. He's providing the same spark he provided last week against Alabama, and they're playing well. They're rallying around him, and they're running the football between Dobbs and Hurd. They're getting their playmakers the ball, and they're using them very, very wisely.
So Tennessee looking for their first conference win of the year. So is Arkansas, and they're taking on a team that's won 10 games in a row going back to last year. That would be number 1, Mississippi State. Second quarter, Hogs up 3-zip, 3rd and 10. Brandon Allen to Hunter Henry, set up a 1st and goal. 2 plays later, it's Alex Collins who gets into the end zone. It's 10-zip Razorbacks.
Notice how they got there. They threw the ball down there and then ran it in. They have to be balanced on offense.
Here goes Dak Prescott, who's been running very well to this point. 9 carries, 42 yards on the ground. 12-yarder there to get a 1st down. 2 plays later, it's the bowling ball. Friend of SEC now, Josh Robinson, touchdown.
And he had a highlight play earlier, a one-handed catch to set up a great field position for the Bulldogs. He's been terrific.
45 seconds to go in the half, down 10-7. Dak Prescott throws and is picked up by Brooks Ellis. 2 picks in the first half for Dak. Arkansas, though, unable to convert. It was 10-7. Still 10-7. 4th and 1. A moment ago, they go for it. Dak hit. They are short. Arkansas holds and takes over the football right now, just over 11 minutes to go in the third. That game can be seen over on ESPN2, but 10-7 Razorbacks. All right, what'd you make of that decision? You have Dak. And, but Arkansas, I don't think Arkansas gets enough credit for what they have up front. Their front seven, it's a pretty stout defense. You agree with that, going forward on 4th and 1 in that situation?
I agree with it. I disagree with the way they ran that play, a little bit outside stretch zone where he's got to turn it vertical. I think just hit it right downhill. I mean, go with the quarterback lead as opposed to the quarterback stretch. That's where they made the mistake.
Yeah, you would know a lot about quarterback running the football. 3 turnovers, okay, in this game for Mississippi State. Plus that's 4 turnovers that they've had if you count the missed 4th down conversion. They can't turn the football over and expect to beat Arkansas in this game.
We're not really being fair to him tonight. I don't know why we're just taking shots. It's really not fair. I have no reason to take one. Auburn and Ole Miss. So let's go from Starkville to Oxford. Oh, McElroy just punched it. No, he didn't. Big 3-4 matchup here. Itavius Mathers, 4-yard run. Touchdown, Ole Miss ties it at 7.
A great run by Itavius Mathers, set up by a great block by Laquan Treadwell. That's a theme tonight.
The top 2 one-loss teams in the country, according to the playoff committee. Here goes Bo. Here goes Bo.
Look at the lead blocker. Number 1, Laquan Treadwell. The best receiver on the field, in my opinion, over Duke Williams, over Sammy Coates. Blocking, he gets rewarded on the following play with a touchdown.
There you go. Matt Wallace to Treadwell, 14-7. Rebels lead. Late second, Auburn down that same score. Nick Marshall avoids the rush. Throws, and he finds Sammy Coates. Assess the throw.
I think it was a pretty good throw. And, you know, I got to give Nick Marshall credit. I've been on him all year. That was a prime-time dime to steal it from McElroy.
And late second, look at Wallace. Step up, 14 yards to Cody Core, led to a field goal. Oh, could have used that last week, but that was then, this is now. 17-14, Wallace, complete. Oh, he's got a big gain to Evan Ingram and a touchdown, 24-14. Now, moments ago, after Auburn drove the length of the field, Nick Marshall with a keeper, and it's a 1-touchdown lead right now for Ole Miss. Some are suggesting that because of the way Florida State needed the comeback last night, or on Thursday night against Louisville, that an Ole Miss win here could propel them to 2. Auburn win, same boat. But if it's an Ole Miss win and Mississippi State wins, then you have the Mississippi schools actually 1 and 2. In any case here, what's the biggest thing you've noticed in watching Ole Miss and Auburn?
To me, Ole Miss is using Bo Wallace's feet in the running game. We know they struggle running the football conventionally. They're using Bo Wallace in the running game, and that's helping the offense move the football.
And a lot of that's on him, too. The scramble down the left sideline, escape from the pressure. I've liked the way he's managed the game to this point. He's taken the play and he's played to the game. And you look at that last play to set up the field goal before the half, that tells you that he's taking what the defense gives him. He wasn't running around. He wasn't trying to look for the big-time home run. He took the 10-yard completion. As a result, they got 3 points.
By the way, Ole Miss was the last team in FBS not to give up more than 20 points in a game this season. Auburn is at 21, so that string is now over as well. We'll keep you posted on what's going on there and also show you what else has happened throughout the SEC today. First career start for the freshman A&M Aggie Kyle Allen. What he did or didn't do in an Aggies close game over Louisiana Monroe. And here's Pig Howard around the end and into the end zone. 21-14, Volunteers at half.
This halftime report is presented by Regions Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC.
I've seen flip flickers, Hail Marys. I see nachos. Oh, that was face mask. You see that? The only thing I haven't seen up here, a playoff. You heard about the playoff? You heard about the playoff? You heard about the playoff? Can you hear me? This whole idea of playoff is pretty much my idea. This year, we're crowning the first true, undisputed #1. All those other seasons, they don't count. Did you play last year? Didn't count. It's like the beginning of history. It's how the founding fathers, they would like it like this. You ever seen the record book? You gotta put an asterisk in the record book. Before playoff, after playoff. Asterisk! Before playoff, after playoff. Right. This is like the first real season of college football. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? No, do you? Time to sell it on the field, mano a mano. Mano, that means,
super painful.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Let's go, knock him up here. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Clay Matthews. I'm a human being. I like camping. I have a peanut allergy. I'm real. That's a fathead wall decal. People can't tell the difference, and it's affecting my life.
Your pie, Mr. Matthews?
I haven't eaten in a week. I'm starving. Every day, fathead wall decals are being mistaken for hard-working professional athletes. And it's not just athletes being affected by this epidemic. It's One Direction, crime-fighting turtles, Transformers figures, Elmo, even dinosaurs. You can't tell the difference based on looks alone. Try asking how they're doing. A real athlete might respond by saying, "I feel very alone right now," whereas a fathead wall decal won't respond because it's a wall decal.
Welcome back to the Regions Bank Halftime Report.
Dory, Greg Boogert, Florida, Georgia. This one went just as everybody suggested it would. Or not. Field goal attempt. Offense isn't doing it. Go for the fake field goal. Backup wide receiver Michael McNeely. Touchdown, 7-7.
I mean, that's just great execution right there. You got to take chances when your offense is struggling.
Third quarter, Florida up a touch, Matt Jones. Look at the run by Matt Jones.
Outstanding change of direction and vision and getting down the sideline. Really good blocking downfield as well by DeMarcus Robinson. An outstanding game for the Florida Gators.
31-7, are you kidding me? Hudson Mason then, tip, caught, Nick Chubb. Chubb, by the way, on the ground had 156 yards, so he's continuing to fill in nicely in place of Todd Gurley, who's back in 2 weeks. Kelvin Taylor, though, a career day for him. 197 yards on 25 carries. And Florida gets Will Muschamp his first win in the series, either as a Florida coach or a Georgia player. And oh, by the way, the 197 for Kelvin Taylor smashed the most his dad, Fred, ever had in a game against Georgia. The most he had was 85 in 1997. And as our researcher Stewie would say, that's going to be a fun phone call for Kelvin tonight. In the meantime, how do you begin to describe the way Florida was able to run the football? Second most yards a team has ever gained on the ground against Georgia, ever.
Yeah, it was an impressive performance. I mean, I don't know how else you could possibly describe it because, frankly, this team was built to run the football. Will Muschamp wanted to establish the run. That was his goal when he took the job in Gainesville. Now those recruits are starting to show up a little bit. You see the running backs, they were always talented. They just never really got the opportunities. It seemed to me like they did some real soul searching in the bye week and came back a different team that wanted to establish the line of scrimmage and pound you on the ground.
Guys, remember last year when Georgia Southern beat Florida? They didn't complete a pass. The Gators only completed three passes today, 3 for 6. They ran the football down Georgia's throat. They made a statement at the line of scrimmage. They controlled both sides of the line of scrimmage after the first quarter. The physicality of the Gators was impressive today.
Brett McMurphy, ESPN college football reporter, had an interesting tweet that he's guessing Florida's the only team in history to lose to Georgia Southern and beat Georgia in a 9-game span. My guess is he's probably exactly right.
Safe to assume.
Kentucky visiting Missouri, so the Georgia loss gives them a second conference loss. Missouri, with just one conference loss, would lead the SEC if they could get a win against Kentucky.
Look at that. They tried to keep Matty Mock in the pocket. He tried to escape to the perimeter. That's been his nature. Instead, he hits it north-south, and look at the return it provided.
And then, oh, look at that. Beautiful throw to Bud Sasser in the corner of the end zone.
Yeah, I mean, just a great throw there by Matty Mock.
4th and 8, Kentucky. Patrick Tolles. Oh, look at Shane Ray get around for the sack. Tigers take over. Missouri 1st and goal. Mock under pressure. Throws, not a good decision. Khalid Henderson's got 6 in the face, and he couldn't make the play. So Missouri is indeed sole possession of first place right now in the SEC East. Texas A&M and the throwbacks taking on Louisiana Monroe. Look at Kenny Hill not playing. Kyle Allen looking to get his teammates fired up. Nobody wants to respond to the... There you go.
Tap me up. Come on, buddy. Don't leave me hanging.
5.3 seconds there. We had the clock running. 1st and 10, Allen. Allen throws. Allen. Oh, my goodness. Bryce Ray, the interception.
A rookie mistake. 3 hitches trying to throw the deep ball. You can get away with that at Desert Mountain High School. You cannot do it at this level.
Well, here's Allen again. This time the throw. And look at Speedy Noyle. What a play by the freshman.
You probably shouldn't have got away with that one either, but it was a great catch by Speedy Noyle there.
Of course, remember, Kenny Hill, it was announced earlier in the day, suspended for 2 games, violation of team rules. So this is Kyle Allen getting a shot. And by the way, Jake Spavital, the offensive coordinator, said Allen earned this spot before any Hill suspension. But, boy, he was struggling there. Short passes.
Yeah, and speaking of Jake Spavital, look at the clock. I mean, it's 2 minutes left, and they're still throwing the football. Run the ball, run the clock out, Jake.
Would have really burned him if the Warhawks had been able to convert on this drive, but instead on 4th and 4, that pass falls incomplete. And the Aggies do get a very ugly win. Just 106 yards passing for Kyle Allen. How about Pharaoh Cooper with the touchdown pass? 21-14, though. Gamecocks trailing at home.
Game day brings out the best in all of us. At Regions, every day is game day.
Yes, we have the new iPhone. Because everyone's coming in for the new iPhone.
What
kind of service plan can you get? Well, right now, if you select the 15 gig plan, we'll double your data and make it 30 gigs for the same price.
Well, that sounds...
Oh, great, you'll take it.
Are you inside my mind right now?
Nope.
Where was I?
Albuquerque.
Who is the...
Porcupine.
What is my favorite?
Hollandaise sauce.
No way.
The new iPhone is here, and now you get 30 gigs of data to share starting at $160 a month.
You could win money for the future, so remember to enter the Allstate It's Good sweepstakes. You could win $100,000, VIP trips to 2 of the biggest college football games this year, and other weekly prizes. Enter today at allstatecfb.com.
The quest for the SEC volleyball title comes down to the final stretch, Thursday, only on the SEC Network. Experienced squads dig deep to be the last team standing as they make their final push for the SEC crown. This week, LSU and Texas A&M do battle in College Station. LSU, Texas A&M, Thursday at 7, only on the SEC Network.
Monday Night Football, Colts Giants, 8:15 on ESPN.
At the University of South Carolina, we bring our championship attitude to all that we do. In the classroom, in the lab, and in the community. We are ready to tackle the challenges facing our state, our nation, and the world. As Gamecocks, our leadership has no limits.
Welcome back. Vanderbilt, Old Dominion. Commodores cannot afford another loss if they want to play in a bowl game. Johnny McCrary to Latavius Rayford. Touchdown just before half. Vandy with a 28-14 lead. Old Dominion, though, has since scored. They've just got to the end of the third. It's 28-21 now. Second half from Columbia coming right up. Volunteers with a 1-touchdown lead.
This halftime report is presented by Regions Bank. Regions, official bank of the SEC.
Okay, let's settle down.
All right, let's see that flea flicker.
What's this?
Affleck. Show me that double wing formation. Affleck. Doesn't really know football, does he?
No. But when I got hurt, he paid my claim in only 4 days.
4 days? Wow. Okay, last chance. The play action. Okay, forget it.
Aflac, an official partner of the Heisman Trophy. What is it that makes them a team that would deserve to be in the playoff?
Who do you think is the best and who has accomplished the most?
I think the SEC is only going to get one.
The 4 playoff teams right now.
Selection committee will determine the top 25.
The committee's going to have their hands
full. It is a task that I do not envy.
A lot of good teams. I don't see one elite team.
I think this will add to the regular season.
It's going to be chaos by the time we get to December.
College Football Playoff Top 25 Ranking Show, Tuesdays at 7:30 on ESPN. Presented by Capital One.
The energy at Tennessee reaches far beyond our campus. As Lady Vol and Academic All-American, Candace Parker set new standards. Now she electrifies fans in LA. Keeping the lights on there and across the country is the work of Professor Elu Liu. Her research on the power grid puts UT at the forefront of this national issue. Candace Parker and Elu Liu, 2 exceptional women. Both chose Tennessee. Big Orange, big ideas.
The 2014 SEC Soccer Tournament is on the SEC Network. The top 10 programs take the field. In 4 rounds of intense competition.
On her left foot, what a goal, she's put it away.
Fighting to take home the ultimate prize. It's win and move on. The 2014 SEC Soccer Tournament begins Monday at 4:30, only on the SEC Network.
It has been the most competitive series in the SEC, and that's what we have tonight. Tennessee with a late second quarter touchdown has a 21-14 lead on South Carolina. Welcome back to SEC Network College Football Primetime. Tom Hart alongside Matt Stinchcomb. And over the next 2 quarters, this could be a season-defining result for both of these teams.
Yeah, putting South Carolina in a predicament that they haven't found themselves since 2007 when they lost 4 straight SEC games. Since then, this program has made such great strides, and then you're looking at Tennessee where their lone conference victory already coming versus South Carolina a year ago. Butch Jones looking to notch yet another one here tonight.
So Tennessee needs to win 3 or 4 to close the season to even get to the postseason. Let's get inside the headset, brought to you by AT&T.
You could talk to any defensive coordinator in the country, and especially in the Southeastern Conference, and they'll talk about what a huge headache it is to have a mobile quarterback. We saw it with the last possession for Tennessee as they were able to get a late touchdown to gain momentum going into half. You could see what Joshua Dobbs has meant for an offense that has been beleaguered by poor offensive line protection. And then Pharaoh Cooper. They've got a zone read element to the South Carolina offense, but Dylan Thompson's not much of a run threat. Pharaoh Cooper is, and now we've seen 2 games in a row where Cooper's able to make completions in the passing game. He's not the most refined passer in the world, but it doesn't matter. He's making completions in for touchdown.
On design runs, Dobbs has carried it for a couple of touchdowns, nearing 76 yards. He should end up as the most prolific single-game rusher in Tennessee quarterback history with a couple of more carries. And Pharaoh Cooper in the Wildcat has carried it for 29 yards. He's rushed for 1 touchdown, and he's thrown for another. So mobile quarterbacks giving both defensive coordinators fits. Landon Ard will kick it off to start the second half. Evan Berry to return for Tennessee. That kick was with the wind. This swirling breeze, it changes its mind seemingly every moment here in South Carolina. Let's check in with Heather.
Yeah, I asked Coach Spurrier at halftime how he stops Josh Dobbs, and he started laughing. He says he wants his defense to watch the quarterback draw, and offensively, he just says they need to run the ball better, but obviously very disappointed in his team's performance in the first half.
All right, Heather, thank you. You know, one of the things that has seemingly tied up defensive coordinator Lorenzo Ward is his head coach's desire to play with two safeties. What effect does that have on them defensively?
Well, whenever you do that, when you're talking about playing with two deep safeties anyway, it's very difficult when you've got a mobile quarterback because you're at a numbers disadvantage, more blockers than you have defenders in the box.
And Dobbs will take off on first down and takes it up to the 30. Now, Alabama last week played with two deep safeties the entire game, and Kirby Smart, talking with the South Carolina coaching staff this week, basically admitted, A, we weren't prepared for Dobbs, and B, we weren't going to change our game plan once we got into the flow of the game. That's why we stuck with what we had.
It's difficult. You know, they've got that install all week long, but you see here, South Carolina, they were aware of the run element coming into this game.
Jalen Hurd carries for a first down, gains a few more yards. And when we talked with Lorenzo Ward yesterday and asked him how does he prepare for the quarterback situation in Tennessee, he said we are fully prepared for Joshua Dobbs not just to play, but to play the entire game. He said if Justin Worley ends up playing this game, that would be a benefit to us. So we prepare for the running quarterback.
And that was wise, given the difficulty they've had whenever there's been that run element, taking snaps directly from center.
This is Dobbs again. Dobbs threw a tackle, and he's got a first down.
And it's even more frustrating because you'll see defenders for South Carolina, they'll be in position to make a tackle at either negative yardage or no yards gained. In this instance, Joshua Dobbs running through arm tackles and picking up another 6 or 7 yards after contact.
It's the best rushing game for Tennessee quarterback in school history now. Dobbs with 110 on the ground. Jimmy Streeter owned the previous record with 106 against Auburn in 1979. And now Dobbs will throw, and he goes deep. Man coverage and incomplete. Here's the flag. Trying to find Pig Howard. Rico McWilliams will get called for pass interference.
Pass interference, defense number 1. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot, automatic first down.
You see Pig Howard working against Rico McWilliams. Rico McWilliams kind of hand checking him and fighting him all the way down the field. You see Pig Howard, he was able to make a leap late. We saw McWilliams break up a pass. Joshua Dobbs tried to push it to Marquez North. At that last possession of the first half, he's got a couple of pass breakups, that time flagged for the big penalty.
Dobbs leaves the quarterback spot. It's Hurd in the Wildcat. And Hurd laying licks as he's able to make a positive play on first down. Gain of nearly 5.
Yep, sorry. Case in point right there where you've got J.T. Surratt upfield and he's got an opportunity to get a negative yardage play and a tackle for loss. Hurd breaks that tackle, something that he's doing better and better, and is able to pick up 4 and 5 yards.
Dobbs has it again. He wants to throw off of it. Wide open and a low pass. Ruled incomplete. The defender had slipped and Dobbs couldn't get enough behind it. Ryan Jenkins was all alone. There's a flag on the play.
There's Bryson Williams that went down late. And as you mentioned at the redirect, lost his footing.
Ineligible receiver downfield, number 57. Penalties decline, 3rd down.
Matt Crowder, the center, got moving.
And you see those plays where you got an opportunity to give it or you can pull it, and then they have that little quick toss or a screen where they're daring the edge defender to either play the quarterback run, that time a lineman downfield.
Dobbs straight ahead. Gets wrestled to the ground after a gain of 2. And that will bring up 4th down for Tennessee.
time well defended inside by South Carolina, ready for the downhill quarterback run between the tackles. You see already so prolific with that run game at quarterback. Joshua Dobbs setting records.
Yeah, only the 4th Tennessee quarterback in history to have a ground game over 100 yards. That's a bit of a surprise as far back as Tennessee football goes. 43-yard attempt for Aaron Medley. Patrick Ashford is his holder. Wind will play tricks with this one. And it pushes it wide. No good from 43. Both kickers have missed in that end zone. So Tennessee unable to make it a 2-score lead. 21-14 Volunteers.
Hey, look, it's the State Farm guy. You pumped up our wallets with the discount double checking, so we want to palm you out.
Sorry, what?
Pull us, you flaming loser! You'll thank us later.
Pump up your savings with a discount double check. State Farm.
Introducing the Mile High Bacon Thick Burger with thick cut Applewood smoked bacon. Only at Hardee's.
Official retail department store of the SEC.
Before you walk through this door, other doors have already been opened. All thanks to our network of dedicated mortgage professionals and industry partners, ready to lend a hand, securing resources, and taking care of details. So the moment you arrive at your new house, it's ready to become your new home. Franklin American Mortgage. It all begins with home.
I try to describe it to people, it's a little bit like the NFL. You know, every single week you're going to play a great football team. And I call it, like a gauntlet. And don't ever look ahead. You focus on giving your best that particular week.
Try to get your team to play the best they can week at a time. And that's what we try to do. We don't point to any conference games as being more important than the other game.
I love the challenge, and that's why you coach, is you want to compete against the best of the best, and the best of the best lives in the SEC.
21-14, Tennessee leads South Carolina. We broadcast today with heavy hearts here in Columbia. We may be a new network and a new crew, but we quickly became family. And so our thoughts and prayers are with our video engineer, Chad Hall, after the passing of his father, William Thomas Hall, back in Nashville, Tennessee. Chad, hope to see you again soon. We'll be thinking about you this weekend. And thoughts and prayers to your family. His father, William Thomas Hall, was 71. Carolina trails by a touchdown. 12:08 to go in the third quarter. Option look. Mike Davis takes the pitch. He's got an alley on the sideline. And he stays inbounds for an extra yard or two. Good blocking on the perimeter from Jarrell Adams.
That speed option seems to work every time for South Carolina. I'm trying to think of a time where they haven't picked up at least 10 yards. I've never once seen Dylan Thompson keep it. In fact, we've asked the coaches, and I don't know that he's ever even been meant to keep it. They get great width with that play. Also willing to get width with their quarterback as Thompson motions out.
Farrell Cooper again in the Wildcat. To throw again. He wants to go deep. And he put a little too much juice behind that one, trying to find Demir Berg. All right, so that one sails incomplete by 15 yards after a deep drop. But in effect, this could affect Tennessee's defense going forward, or they just throw that one play out as an anomaly and say he's not going to try that one again?
I mean, they've already hit one touchdown pass, albeit to the back out of the backfield, and Brandon Wilds. And Pharaoh Cooper's aired it out before. Again, it was an incompletion, not here tonight. So certainly what it tells the defense is that, you know, eyes open, if they can slip a receiver behind the secondary.
Incomplete. We'll bring up 3rd and 10. Adams, the intended receiver. Thompson again put on his back.
Again, you see, you know, Dylan Thompson wonder what's going on in the route. And Brandon Shell got beat underneath at his right tackle position. He was banged up earlier. Returned to the lineup. That time an up and under move. And again, Dylan Thompson, the quarterback for South Carolina, winding up on the ground.
South Carolina 0 for 3 on 3rd and long tonight. Tennessee only brings 3. Thompson over the middle. Against the zone, it's complete. Inside the 40 to Adams. And a South Carolina first down.
And another excellent demonstration of focus. The South Carolina receivers, this time it's Adams from his tight end position. And you see him slipping right over the football in the soft part of the zone, right in the middle of the offensive formation. Thompson able to deliver a strike.
4 wide now, and again, that quick option read. It's Davis again. And Mike Davis with a hurdle inside the 20, and a flag will be a face mask. Tack a few more on for Mike Davis. And you're a little befuddled on how defenses don't see that coming and can't make a better play on it.
I mean, it works every time. We've seen South Carolina, you know, and they're lost to Kentucky, but they were able to get out of a deep hole after a bad snap. Speed option. We saw it last week versus Auburn. Another big conversion using the speed option on a 4th down. Dylan Thompson's not a big threat to keep it.
We have 2 fouls on the play. Holding, offense number 89. Personal foul, face mask on the defense. Those fouls offset. Replay first down.
It wipes away a gain at 23.
Big Jarrell Adams, who made the catch on the previous play. And you see him right there working on Reeves-Maben. And you see the jersey getting pulled. I mean, those penalties happen within seconds of one another, involving the same defender. You see Reeves-Maben reach out and grab Davis's face mask. Part of the reason why he needed to do that partially is because Jarrell Adams was mugging him.
So back to the 40 for South Carolina. Low snap. This is Brandon Wilds. And he squirts through for a gain of 4. Corey Majid with the tackle for Tennessee.
Brandon Wilds, he's a big back. Mike Davis has got some speed, as does Wilds. With 6'2", 220, you could see him there. Those legs churning, moving the pile, and able to pick up another yard or 2 well after contact and pushing the scrum.
Blitz coming. Thompson off his back foot. Cooper lost it. He had it on his way down and went through his hands and Karam and Pharaoh Cooper at the 10.
Of course, the Tennessee defender is fighting, saying that, well, Cooper pushed off. And again, Thompson, that time, Tennessee brought 4 weak. South Carolina jumping the football after the big play.
And now tempo, Wilds slices his way through to the 6.
Gotta be careful here. Last week they tried to get quick and ended up with a couple of bad runs versus loaded boxes. But this time, and Pharaoh Cooper looked that catch all the way in and was able to cradle it with his right arm to keep it off the turf. I'm with you. It looked to me like that ball might have squirted out there towards the end.
Beautiful catch by Cooper. 2nd and goal now for South Carolina after the Wilds run. Dylan Thompson will flop Jarrell Adams to the left side. Here's Wilds. Touchdown, South Carolina. An extra point away from a tie game. Second touchdown of the night for Wilds, 1 receiving and now 1 rushing.
It wouldn't be a touchdown scoring drive for South Carolina without a good bit of Pharaoh Cooper sprinkled in there. Saw him with an attempt out of the Wildcat and then a fantastic catch to set up the touchdown run for Brandon Wilds.
The extra point is good from Elliott Fry. We are locked at 21. The Cooper grab set it up, and then Wilds took care of the rest.
I'm a cheap bungee cord. This guy bought me at the gas station. I'm perfect for holding down the lid on a box of sweaters. But 800 pounds of tailgating gear? Nah. And if you have cut rate insurance, the biggest hit of the day could be to your wallet. So get an Allstate agent and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Mayhem is everywhere. Are you in good hands?
Ladies and gentlemen, the case of death. Madam, if you will take your place. 12 swords, sharpened like razor blades. I will now insert the first blade.
No, stop!
Okay, continue.
Some cashback cards only let you earn bonus cashback at a few places. Then those categories change every few months. First coffee shops, then amusement parks. I am not amused. But the Quicksilver card from Capital One is going its own way. Because Quicksilver earns you unlimited 1.5% cash back on everything you buy, everywhere you buy it. Don't follow the crowd. What's in your wallet?
SEC Network Primetime Football is brought to you by Gildan. It's about time you had a new favorite t-shirt.
The still photos and the live shots show great atmosphere here at Williams-Brice Stadium. Even the Tennessee fans who have made the drive down. We're tied at 21. Vols looking for their first conference win of the season. South Carolina needing to run the gauntlet and find a win against either Tennessee, Florida, or Clemson to close out the season. They've also got Vandy left on the schedule. They've got South Alabama left on the schedule to get bowl eligible. And as you mentioned before, Matt, it's been a long time since they lost 4 in a row in the SEC. Evan Berry won't return. Let's go back to the studio and check in with Dari.
All right, Tom, thank you much. Let's take a look at an SEC right now, brought to you by State Farm. Ole Miss and Auburn, after consecutive Tiger touchdowns. Ole Miss down to the 2. Bo Wallace touchdown puts Ole Miss ahead. But, guys, Auburn is into the end zone as we speak. An extra point away from a 4-point lead in Oxford.
Wow.
What happens quick, doesn't it? Well, we just looked up there, and Ole Miss was up by 3.
192 yards on the ground for Tennessee tonight. You see how important running quarterbacks are in the SEC, both sides, both divisions, and it's Dobbs who is taken over here with a gain of 4. You know, Joshua Dobbs has been put in a tough position each of the last 2 years. They've been hoping to redshirt him, and each year they pulled his red shirt off against Alabama. Not only that, last year he came in with the ball at the 1-yard line against Alabama. Now, there are certain times where what's best for the program isn't what's best for the kid. And that would probably fit this situation here for Tennessee and Dobbs. Butch wants to get to a bowl game.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got to take a look at what this kid can do for your offense. Clearly, he was their second-best quarterback. They called on him last week. It's paying dividends this week.
And now they go to the jet sweep for the first time. As Vaughn Pearson, the junior college transfer, is able to take it out for Tennessee. They haven't done that much, even though they've faked it multiple times, just about every time they've run that play.
Almost like what South Carolina has done in the passing game with Pharaoh Cooper, where a defense has to honor it. It means something, and it'll pull a defender out of the box, and it'll drag those linebackers' eyes outside when they blow Von Pearson through the backfield. Now they've got at least one handoff.
This is Hurd, and he has no gain. And that will set up third and a long one.
There have been a couple of runs this year when we've looked at Tennessee on film where Jalen Hurd, as many strides as he's made as a runner, looks like a true freshman running back. That time, missed the cut, could have pressed it a little bit backside and danced a little bit when you're just looking to pick up a first down with only 1 yard to go.
Tennessee's converted on 4 of 9 third down attempts. Dobbs has the first down past midfield. JT Surratt with the tackle for South Carolina. When we met with Lorenzo Ward after that Kentucky game, he said our problem on the quarterback runs was simply alignment. We had linebackers that were just a yard or 2 yards too close to the line of scrimmage. And the problem was, instead of fixing that one issue as Hurd takes it forward, instead of fixing that one issue, we kind of started over. We tried a whole new defense entirely. And we had an issue or two with misalignments or missed assignments in that defense. And it just kind of kept snowballing. His opinion was if they would have fixed their base defense and that alignment and had a better view from up top, they would have been in better shape. And now Lorenzo Ward has moved up top. He's been upstairs for the last couple of games after being on the field to get a bird's eye view. Dobbs to throw, and he's able to check down to his running back Lane. Lane steamrolling guys, and a first down for Tennessee.
That time, Marlon Lane doing his best Mike Davis impression. We've seen the tailback for South Carolina with physical stiff arms. Marlon Lane, who ripped off a big run last week, shows up in the passing game this time as a receiver out of the backfield. Look at him just stiff arm TJ Gurley all the way down to the turf. It's a physical run after the catch by Marlon Lane.
He went through Gurley, and then he went through Jonathan Walton. Rico McWilliams was on the tail end of that play, and he's being tended to by the South Carolina athletic training staff. 6:35 to go in the third.
You know, part of South Carolina defensively, early on in the season, they were very active in their defensive front. A lot of movement, a lot of slants, trying to make up for the fact that you're basically replacing your entire front line. JT Surratt, the only holdover from a season ago. They were more shorthanded than they thought or anticipated they'd be coming into the season. And because of that, I think Lorenzo Ward was trying to augment some of it. Now they're trying to play a little bit more simply. Still having a hard time slowing down some of these offenses.
We just step away for a timeout here in Columbia, tied at 21.
The 2014 SEC Soccer Tournament is on the SEC Network. The top 10 programs take the field in 4 rounds of intense competition.
On her left foot, what a goal, she's put it away.
Fighting to take home the ultimate prize. It's win and move on. The 2014 SEC Soccer Tournament begins Monday at 4:30, only on the SEC Network.
College Football Playoff Top 25 Ranking Show, Tuesdays on ESPN.
The quest for the SEC volleyball title comes down to the final stretch, Thursday, only on the SEC Network. Experienced squads dig deep to be the last team standing as they make their final push for the SEC crown. This week, LSU and Texas A&M do battle in College Station. LSU, Texas A&M, Thursday at 7, only on the SEC Network.
Well, an odd sequence for Rico McWilliams on that last play. First in pass coverage, he got banged up once. He got hurt again at the end of the running play.
You see him get tripped up. but he rallies. He got a little hung up, but he's able to get up and come up and try to make a play on Marlon Lane, and he gets a little chin music. Marlon Lane puts that orange stripe right on his chin strap. I think that may have been part of it. See him on the sidelines. Looks like he's probably ready to go. Got the helmet on, ready to get back into the fray. But he took a pretty solid shot out of Marlon Lane.
8th play of the drive for Tennessee. And around again. This is Big Howard on the jet sweep for the 26. TJ Holloman getting some time at weak side linebacker due to some injuries, and he's in on the tackle.
That's the big challenge. You know, you look at some of these runs, you can hit them up inside with the quarterback keep. It's almost like an inverted veer in the old option offenses, but that fly sweep makes you honor the outside run.
They run it again. Lane hit behind the line of scrimmage or right at it. On this drive, Tennessee has run the ball 8 times. They've thrown it just once, and that was on that little swing pass out to Lane just moments ago, and an injured Volunteer.
I think it's probably Marlon Lane, the senior running back for Tennessee. You know, I took Jalen Hurd to task for not just getting upfield on a 2nd down run with only 1 yard to convert the first, and here Marlon Lane slamming on the brakes, and it looks like he might have hyperextended his knee, but just put your shoulder down and pick up that yard. You're right there at it. Jordan Diggs came up. Maybe not, may not be his knee, because he's looks like they're working on his upper body.
The Tennessee fans will want to watch this one. Tune in tomorrow at 10 p.m. as SEC Network brings you a rewind of a classic SEC game, 1998. It was a top 10 matchup. Number 9 Arkansas versus number 1 Tennessee. 2 unbeatens battled it out as the minutes ticked down in the fourth quarter until Tennessee got the miracle it needed. Billy Ratliff recovered a Clint Sterner fumble as Sterner just put it on the ground, and then Travis Henry took over from there. I think Henry ran the ball 5 straight times after Tennessee recovered Sterner's cough up. And as excited as Tennessee fans will be to relive that one, Arkansas fans probably don't need to watch past the 3rd quarter. I mean, that is a gut punch if you're an Arkansas fan.
Yeah.
That one play.
Take it easy on the Halloween candy before I watch that replay, that's for sure.
Athletic training staff still tending to Marlon Lane, a senior from Daytona Beach. His big run against Alabama went for 44 yards. That was the longest of the season for Tennessee.
Again, we look at it here. I was guessing it looked like he might have hyperextended his knee. Still kind of hard to see.
Yeah, they're looking at his left ankle and his left foot after he pointed it out to the training staff.
See Butch Jones out there checking on his senior back. He slammed on the brakes. Jordan Diggs was there to make the tackle.
Sorry, Matt. We've seen Hurd today. We've seen Lane. Not much of Darrell Scott, the true freshman who came out a couple of weeks ago against UTC. But essentially, Tennessee has featured 3 running backs today: Hurd, Lane, and Dobbs.
And that's the element that they didn't have. Dobbs is a ball carrier, but he's not lined up as a running back. He's that quarterback, and that's been the biggest change. I don't think we're going to see much more of Marlon Lane. He put no pressure on his foot as he left the field.
Dobbs has accounted for 122 out of Tennessee's 231 rush yards tonight. So the senior Lane to the sideline on 3rd and 1. Hurd back in at tailback. Hurd tried to dive forward, didn't get it. Well, that backfield got muddied up really quick. Golightly gets the credit for the tackle.
Juan Lewis came up as well from his linebacker position. You'll see Hurd, he leaves his feet. Coaches that I had in short yardage, so you never dive. You run through for those yards. And again, South Carolina's defense able to force a field goal attempt on the end of the field. And as you mentioned, Tom, kickers are 0 for their last 2.
It's been an adventure, and this one from 45. Nope, not going to happen again. Missed field goal, missed opportunity. Tennessee once again misses, headed north.
Bang, 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 bang.
What is it that makes them a team that would deserve to be in the playoff?
Who do you think is the best and who has accomplished the most?
I think the SEC is only going to get one.
The 4 playoff teams right now.
Selection committee will determine the top 25.
The committee's going to have their hands
full. It is a task that I do not envy.
I see a lot of good teams. I don't see one elite team.
I think this will add to the regular season.
It's going to be chaos by the time we get to December.
College Football Playoff Top 25 Ranking Show, Tuesdays at 7:30 on ESPN. Presented by Capital One.
The quest for the SEC volleyball title comes down to the final stretch. Thursday, only on the SEC Network. Experienced squads dig deep to be the last team standing as they make their final push for the SEC crown. This week, LSU and Texas A&M do battle in College Station. LSU, Texas A&M, Thursday at 7, only on the SEC Network.
Those are the flags above the north end zone, and they'll show a swirling breeze. It's been gusting to nearly 20 miles an hour today here on the first night of November in South Carolina. And if you compare those north end zone flags with Old Glory, which is in the northeast corner of the end zone, sometimes they're all going different directions.
You can imagine being a kicker trying to play the wind in this one, especially when you're kicking at 40+ yards. You know, Elliott Fry, who's, when you meet with the South Carolina coaches, Coach Spurrier will mention, we've got a pretty darn good field goal kicker. It's a 15-mile-per-hour gust, and it's swirling all over the place. We've seen him missed right, now missed left.
Freeze warning. These kickers might be frozen out by their teammates if they can't make one.
That's right. They better rally.
Mike Davis past the 30. The South Carolina offense is it's on a record pace in terms of scoring points and points per game under Steve Spurrier. But thus far tonight, it's really offered some question marks in terms of the play calling. 48 plays, 21 runs and 28 passes. And only lately have they come back to the running game a little bit. They were way out of balance in the second quarter. Thompson to Cooper. Good hands. And that'll set up 3rd and short. You know, Steve Spurrier told us we've got to be able to run the football. And yet, that being the case, it's almost like he loves the matchups he gets so much, he can't help himself but send in a pass play.
Well, and you could see where, you know, last week, 50 pass attempts from Dylan Thompson. That's the most we've seen from the South Carolina offense. They threw 56 last year in an overtime effort versus Missouri. Really the only victory that South Carolina's been able to get when they attempt more than 50 passes. That's a ton of attempts. But they can certainly run the football with authority.
On 3rd and 2, they try to do just that. Davis will be held short, I believe. The yellow line, of course, is unofficial. He ends up lying over it. And we'll see if that affects the spot.
So far tonight, South Carolina 4 for 8 versus one of the best 3rd down defenses in the SEC.
4th and short. Dylan Thompson stays on the field. And a timeout taken. Steve Spurrier made huge gains on 4th down last week in their loss on the Plains. And with 2:55 to go in the 3rd, he's tempted to do it again.
We saw, you know, last week, and part of it was scoring pressure. We're feeling a little bit of scoring pressure this week. Back-to-back missed field goals by Tennessee. But you could see the quick pitch on the speed option. They're able to pick up a first down on a 4th on the minus side of the field. And of course, Pharaoh Cooper, who's figured very prominently in the offense here tonight. Dylan Thompson on a keeper. They were able to ultimately convert 5 of those 6, but the final one that meant the most coming up short.
He did not expect to be in this position tonight because he did not expect Tennessee's offense to be unstoppable. That's what he said Auburn turned into. He said we couldn't afford to give the ball back to him. We had to hold on to possession, if not score, because they were going to score every time they touch it. Now, Tennessee's not perfect. They're not scoring every possession, but they've been, from a yardage standpoint, almost unstoppable, especially with the quarterback run game. So on 4th and 1, they'll run it out of the shotgun. Davis hit, squirts forward, and he's got it.
What a great second effort by Mike Davis. because he was hit in the backfield. His momentum was completely stopped. You can see Kurt Magid down in around his legs, came up clean, and Mike Davis was able to maintain his balance and get that forward lean going to convert another 4th down.
1 of 2 tonight. Good protection. Thompson didn't think so. He scrambles, gets past Barnett, and he'll dance out of bounds just a yard short, I believe, of the 1st down. They'll mark him 2 yards short, actually. 2nd and 2. Marlon Lane just left the field on the back of a cart.
Not promising for the Tennessee offense. That time, you're right, excellent protection. Tennessee brought 4. Dylan Thompson had nowhere to go with the football. Sometimes you see that where the secondary is able to cover everybody up. As you see Thompson, he's got a nice clean pocket to work with, and he misses a shot. Ultimately flushed a little bit early, but he had an opportunity to deliver it downfield.
This is Brandon Wilds. He's got a 1st down carry. Is that the tight end you were looking at when you said that he had a shot? Was it the tight end?
It looked to me like it was the wide out that time, but they'll flex him out. It's hard to tell from that 2nd copy, but you see a receiver running free. By then, I think Dylan Thompson had already dropped his eyes. You know, as we've noted, these quarterbacks, they got a clock in their head. The protection was good that time. It hasn't always been here tonight. Dylan Thompson has certainly taken some shots.
That's complete to Terrell Adams, the tight end. A.J. Johnson forced into coverage against these really, really good receiving tight ends for South Carolina. And Terrell Adams having a big night. 4 grabs for 40 yards for Adams.
You mentioned A.J. Johnson in on that tackle, demonstrating some of his range. But the weapons that South Carolina has, Terrell Adams, he can run. They'll split him off the line of scrimmage this time. He's flexed off the end of the line. He's able to get separation and run better than most tight ends and still provide a blocking presence when he's attached to the tackle box.
Option look. This is Wilds. He goes right through 2 balls. Down the numbers. And inside the 15 goes Brandon Wilds. Jalen Reeves Maven finally takes him down. The last 3 of those have gone for big gains.
They work every time. Every single time. That time it was Derek Barnett in this defensive end position. I mean, Dwayne Hendricks actually, he collapsed just enough and bit on Dylan Thompson. Still baffling, I guess you got to honor it. And at the same time, how badly is he going to hurt you? Brandon Wilds on those quick pitches on the speed option. It's not him, it's Mike Davis, and South Carolina has killed defenses with that play this year.
48 yards in the 2nd half for Wilds. Thompson on the rollout, end zone, touchdown, South Carolina. Pharaoh Cooper again.
See Pharaoh Cooper working off the line of scrimmage. He's walked right up on. That time it was Justin Coleman, and then makes the breakout towards the edge in the corner of the end zone. Dylan Thompson able to find his favorite target. We're going to have to add an additional element to these scoring drives. There has to be at least 1 speed option and 1 big play from Pharaoh Cooper. Those are the ingredients for 6 in South Carolina's offense.
Steve Spurrier wasn't really happy with his offense in the 1st half. He's got to like this.
He's throwing on the run. Dylan Thompson hits a strike. Pharaoh Cooper, well executed play in that instance. South Carolina able to get it back ahead in this ball game. They opened up the scoring. They had an interception that allowed Tennessee back into the game and certainly on the scoreboard to knot it up at 7. It's been the Vols that have been able to answer and go ahead. This time now, South Carolina with a touchdown lead.
201 yards of offense for Pharaoh Cooper. That should earn you a free dozen wings at Buffalo Wild Wings for your bold prediction, my friend.
I mean, again, I'm impressed by his performance and disappointed by my lack of boldness.
Yeah, it was not that bold.
I mean, 3/4 of play, and the guy's got 201 yards of offense.
A milquetoast prediction pays off.
That's exactly right. Poor Buffalo. That was a mild-flavored Wild Wing.
Nine seconds remain in the third quarter. Four of the last 9 meetings between these teams have been decided by 3 points or less, so we should have expected a close one. Tomorrow afternoon, SEC Network brings you a full slate of volleyball action. First at noon, number 8 Florida heads to Knoxville to take on Tennessee. Then at 2, South Carolina battles Ole Miss. Finally at 4, Texas A&M takes the court against Missouri. All 3 games also live on Watch ESPN. The 2 ranked teams in action on the volleyball tripleheader tomorrow on SEC Network. Tennessee hasn't won here since 2006. Trailing by a touchdown. Butch Jones said at the half, all the games are must win. Jalen Hurd, no gain. Sherrod go lightly with the tackle. The Vols need a comeback. They need to win 3 of their last 4 to head to a bowl. South Carolina was a preseason top 10 team. Their struggles have been real, but tonight against Tennessee, continue to come out of their shell. And it's a touchdown lead for the Cocks through 3.
Oh, hey, you got one of those insurance apps too? You know how this thing works?
No, sorry. Ben, please.
Wow, you can talk to your app? That's pretty cool.
Not an app, it's my agent.
In this moment,
No, I'm fine, thanks.
it's good to know you have a trusted, independent auto owner's insurance agent who's there when you need them.
Great. Man, I gotta get one of those.
Auto Owners Insurance. The no problem people.
Looks like the Garcia's got a new car.
What'd they get?
I don't know. It's pretty nice. Maybe he got a raise.
Good for him.
Good for her.
The expectation-shattering Buick Enclave.
Now during the Buick Model Year Closeout, pay no interest for 5 years, plus get $2,000 purchase bonus cash on the 2014 Buick Enclave. Hurry in for the best selection.
Finding out about the school field trip the day of the school field trip used to bring Dana's morning to a screeching halt. But now she can greenlight this moment with the touch of a button. Sending money to friends and family, or even a class mom? Regions Personal Pay makes it easy to give life the green light. Ready to move your life forward? Switch to Regions.
You know how fast you were going?
Yeah, about 55.
Where are you headed at such an appropriate speed?
Across the country to enhance the nation's most reliable 4G LTE network. How's it working for you?
Better than ever. How'd you do it?
Added cell sites, increased capacity.
And your point is?
So you can download music, games, and directions for the road when you need them.
Who's this guy?
Oh, that's Charlie.
You ever put pepper spray on your burrito? I like it spicy, but not like, oh, spicy.
You always like this?
You have no idea.
AT&T, the nation's most reliable 4G LTE network.
Moving forward, it is very important that everyone here understand the severity of our situation.
Now 1 Charlie, November, Roger, thank you.
Introducing our new grilled chicken nuggets. Hungry for more? Go to grilledlove.com.
Tennessee down 1. Worley gets the pass away down the field, and a one-handed grab. Jubilation for the Vols.
Good hold, good kick.
And it's Butch Jones' first SEC win.
That was last year when these teams met up. Michael Pilardi with the game winner. From 19 yards out, the Vols snapped a 19-game losing streak against ranked teams. It was the first game-winning kick since James Wilhoit beat Florida in 2004. It's how close this series has been. This is Hurd, and one man is able to bring him down. That's been a rarity. It's Jonathan Walton.
You see Jalen Hurd. They've hit him a couple of times, able to get him on the outside, either with a quick swing pass or the blow through out onto the perimeter on a handoff. This is a big drive for Tennessee, needing to answer their last two drives, stalling out on the 25 and the 27-yard line and resulting in two missed field goals and affording South Carolina the opportunity to cede the lead.
Dobbs goes to the slant, incomplete. Oh, Chris Moody missed an opportunity. Off of Ellis's hands, and it snuck right by the safety Moody. Regardless, it's 4th and 6.
This time, Dobbs fakes the pass to Hurd, who was in motion. They've seen him hit that pass a couple of times, and he comes back and tries to stick it in there quickly. That time, though, Ellis, who had the big catch right at the end of the first half, unable to hang on to that one.
Tennessee will punt it away. Pharoh Cooper has an opportunity. Oh, he misjudged it. It goes over his head. And instead of a chance for a return, Tennessee is able to flip the field. And it's down all the way down at the 16-yard line. A 54-yard punt. And that line drive barely missed the helmet of Pharoh Cooper.
Not a great punt, and ended up being a good result. Maybe the lone blemish on an otherwise great night by Pharoh Cooper. We mentioned the wind and how it's affected some of these field goals. You wonder how it would affect a punt like that one that was kind of a knuckler.
Dylan Thompson has been a great quarterback this season for South Carolina, but for some reason he's struggled in the final stanza.
You look at that QBR number, that's rated from 0 to 100. So you look at an average passer, he's at about 50. You know, he's a quarter better in those first three stanzas, but in the final one, a 22 quarterback rating.
Thompson will keep it. Can't outrun Tennessee. And he's down for a loss. Heather with more on Dylan Thompson's struggles.
Actually, I'm talking about South Carolina. The offense is on pace to set a record for the most yards in scoring in history. But the one thing has been they've had a burden all season long in the fourth quarter. We saw this against Kentucky and against Missouri. Coach Prager said that his team cannot close out games. Be interesting to see if they can do it tonight.
Heather, thanks. Yeah, and perhaps one of those reasons is South Carolina has gotten very predictable in its play calling late in games.
You can see it, or they'll go to the pass, and the difficulties arise there.
Incomplete. Trying to find Shaq Rowland, who hasn't been called on very often tonight. In fact, I believe that's the first time Shaq's been targeted this evening. He had a big game last week against Auburn.
Shaq Rowland opened up the scoring for South Carolina last week versus Auburn. He's been pretty quiet almost all season long, a guy that they want to get more involved. Damiere Byrd, clearly they were focused on getting involved in the first half. They come away from that. When you look at those QBR numbers, a part of it's a function of touchdowns to interceptions. 2 touches, 5 picks in the fourth quarter by Dylan Thompson.
3rd and 11. Pharoh Cooper got free. How did that happen? And he will win the foot race.
Make that 3 touchdowns. You see Pharoh Cooper, they like him in the middle of their trip set. This time matched up with Justin Coleman, and he just runs right by him, right down the seam. And Dylan Thompson, we just get done chronicling his struggles in the fourth quarter. And he says, take that, Booth. I'm going to throw a touchdown. And I'm going to go up and help my team go up 2 scores. We're trying to get to 500 in conference play. We got to get a win here. And Dylan Thompson hitting the biggest playmaker for South Carolina tonight, Pharoh Cooper.
These 85 yards add to the South Carolina lead, and it's a most prolific receiving game in South Carolina history. 233 yards for Cooper and another score.
Yes, nice hit. Seriously, Dish is awesome. Now we can watch live college football anywhere.
I know. It's like we're back in college.
I wish. College? I can go back to college?
Yeah. Every game day with Dish.
I'm in. I think that's Heath Schuler.
What's up, guys?
We're going back to college.
Take me with you.
Stay connected to your team with the most football anywhere. Get in the game with Dish.
Has this ever happened to you? Or this? Will this make your memoirs? At Shelter Insurance, we can't iron out all the glitches in modern life. But we can manage your auto, home, and life insurance just fine. Shelter Insurance. We're your shield. We're your shelter.
The quest for the SEC volleyball title comes down to the final stretch. Thursday, only on the SEC Network. Experienced squads dig deep to be the last team standing as they make their final push for the SEC crown. This week, LSU and Texas A&M do battle in College Station. LSU, Texas A&M, Thursday at 7, only on the SEC Network.
Monday Night Football, Colts Giants, 8:15 on ESPN.
Wide receiver Troy Williamson has been bumped down in the Carolina record books. He had 210 yards against South Florida in September of '04. Cooper has sailed past that in the receiving category, but it's not all he's done.
No, he's done so much more for South Carolina here tonight. Hasn't been felt in the return game. Very disappointing, Farrow, because otherwise he's contributed in just about every other possible way for South Carolina. A big play threat no matter where he lines up, whether he's a ball carrier, a receiver in the slot, or throwing touchdown passes.
85-yard reception to up his total to 286 on the day. He's thrown for a touchdown, he's run for one, and he's received a couple. And I'll beg the question again, how on 3rd and 11 does Farrell Cooper get open? I know how he got open, but how do you allow it?
Now you look at it and the challenges that are made. A guy like that is the way they move him around the formation. And we mentioned they're going to challenge a bunch of different defensive backs in this game.
It turns into the longest pass play in the Steve Spurrier era for South Carolina. So now Tennessee is down 2 touchdowns with 13:23 to go. They've had a great day on the ground. The question begins, at what point will they have to put the ball in the air? How long can they stick with the ground game? Plenty of time for a couple of drives, you'd think, but that makes a sense of urgency to get some scores.
Yeah, they got to pick up some first downs. You know, that quick possession, and all of a sudden, your defense is right back out on the football field and you give up a big play.
Dobbs, the quarterback, has it, and he has a first down. So perfect start for Tennessee, trailing by 2 touchdowns to get the offense going. Chaz Elder with the open field tackle.
It's been both number 11s for these teams tonight. Farrell Cooper and Joshua Dobbs not only running the football but passing as well from the quarterback position.
Big Howard has room. And he's corralled past midfield by Jonathan Walton. Remember, South Carolina is without Sky Moore. They're starting outside linebacker today, so Walton and TJ Holloman are filling in. Moore expected back next time out for South Carolina. Had an ankle injury last week.
You know, early, Tom, we were talking about how on the fly sweeps, Tennessee was just faking to either Von Pearson or Pig Howard. Now we're seeing more and more. They're actually making the give, forcing the Gamecocks to defend sidelines.
And that may open up the pass. They go to Pearson. Just shy of the 40, a gain of 4. Chris Moody with the tackle. Second down for Tennessee. First pass of the drive. I think they've shown early on in this drive, and they've shown it all game, that they don't necessarily need to throw it in the air. They can get chunk yardage with the legs.
Of course, even if it is a pass, if something were to break down, Dobbs doesn't like what he sees downfield. He can hurt you in a scramble.
Flags down.
Prior to the snap, false start, 75 offense, 5-yard penalty, still second down.
Marcus Jackson still knocking some rust off. That is obviously one thing they cannot afford. That's to go backwards, trailing by 2 scores in the fourth quarter.
And they just got him back, as we mentioned. A bit banged up, missed a start last week. Tennessee was pleased. Guys were forced into service. Brett Kendrick was in at the left tackle spot, but Marcus Jackson hurting Tennessee with a couple of penalties tonight.
Dobbs complete. Good for a first down to Daniel Helm. Injured player for South Carolina is Chris Moody.
Daniel Helm, big target, a big guy for Chris Moody to be running up on. 6'4", 240 is Daniel Helm. We mentioned Jarrell Adams is a guy that the offense for South Carolina will split out. Same goes for these Tennessee tight ends. And Chris Moody shaking up on the field.
They aren't born Cardinals, or Razorbacks, or Tigers.
AUX, go Tigers.
They need a little help.
Roll Tide.
So for 10 years, the Allstate Good Hands Nets program has supported college scholarships to help students prepare for a life that's good.
S. Let them know you're there.
What is it that makes them a team that would deserve to be in the playoff?
Who do you think is the best and who has accomplished the most?
I think the SEC is only going to get one.
The 4 playoff teams right now.
Selection committee will determine the top 25.
The committee's going to have their hands
full.
It's a task that I do not envy.
A lot of good teams. I don't see one elite team.
I think this will add to the regular season.
It's going to be chaos by the time we get to December.
College Football Playoff Top 25 Ranking Show, Tuesdays at 7:30 on ESPN. Presented by Capital One.
Beautiful night in the capital city of South Carolina. Some precipitation earlier today. But it's not far from Columbia, just out in Lexington. It looked like they had about 3 inches on the ground.
They did. A little Reynolds Dodge Charger was doing great, though, man. I was amazed. So happy with all that torque, and still there was ice on the road. Wasn't so happy then.
Did you have any Buffalo Wild Wings in there, sponsor dropper?
Are we sponsored?
I don't know.
I know this, that I got a little nervous, that's for sure, because I wasn't anticipating a snow commute.
Out of the shotgun is Dobbs with the clock rolling in the fourth quarter. On first down, this is his running back, Hurd. It has turned South Carolina's defense into a guessing game between the quarterback and the running back, and then sprinkle in, as you mentioned moments ago, that wide receiver coming in motion.
Yeah, you get Paige Howard, you get Von Pearson, and they're forcing the defense to be able to run from the second level. In these inside runs, you're asking your 4-down linemen to win some one-on-one and sometimes double-team battles.
And now Dobbs to throw. Down the sideline, picked off! Intercepted by South Carolina's Bryson Williams. He got greedy, and South Carolina takes it away from Tennessee with a 2-score lead.
You called it, Tom, that time. Joshua Dobbs, and he never saw Bryson Williams. You'll see him come off Kroom, and he's just reading the quarterback's eyes. He was able to look into the offensive backfield and break off coverage. TJ Gurley running on the outside. And without Bryson Williams falling back in on that route, that's probably a touchdown. And in that instance, Joshua Dobbs never saw Williams drop off a crew.
And I don't know if Mike Bajakian sent in that precise play call, and we don't know if perhaps Dobbs checked to it, but the run and the running plays were nearly unstoppable. It seems there was no reason to attempt to pass.
Yeah, you see it, it's certainly dangerous. He's had some success tonight. South Carolina's defense able to come up with a big stop as Tennessee looked like they were getting ready to close the gap with an answer. South Carolina's been here before with a 2-touchdown lead late in games.
By the way, that was Tennessee's third possession inside the South Carolina 30 in the second half. They got 0 points to show for it. And those fourth quarter meltdowns that you mentioned, both coming in SEC play, had a 13-point lead on Missouri here at home. Wasted that one away after a couple of chunk plays from the Tigers. Had a 2-touchdown lead on the road at Kentucky. Kentucky turned to the Wildcat to come from behind on it. Trying to ensure that doesn't happen here tonight as Mike Davis takes it to the 10. A.J. Johnson with another tackle from his middle linebacker spot.
And incidentally, you know, it would fall to the South Carolina offense to try to possess the football. And versus Kentucky, they were unable to do that. They had a 3-and-out that led to a tying touchdown for Kentucky, and then 2 interceptions. And offensively, they would play well, but then incapable of maintaining possessions, extend drives, and kill the game. They were able to do it versus East Carolina. They were able to do it versus the University of Georgia. Here they have an opportunity, 9.5 minutes to play yet, of course, to milk some clock and maintain possession of the ball.
Thompson brought down short. A couple of teams came up short tonight. Finals just now. Mississippi State held off Arkansas for a touchdown win, and Auburn over Ole Miss 35-31. So if you're just flipping over to catch up with what's going on here, let's boil it down for you. Tennessee has turned to Josh Dobbs. Their run game has been unstoppable. South Carolina has essentially turned its offense over to Pharaoh Cooper, and he has been untouchable. And moments ago, a Tennessee interception thrown by Dobbs with the Vols in prime scoring opportunity gave it back to South Carolina, but the Gamecocks unable to pick up a first down. So they'll give it right back to Dobbs and the Vols. And they'll have plus field position. That went off a volunteer foot. Fallen on by South Carolina. Did it hit his heel or not? South Carolina thought so. The officials didn't.
It looked like it went off the leg of number 7, Dre Bowles, I believe. The punt return team. No, excuse me, Rashawn Galden.
Oh, South Carolina touched it immediately prior to that.
They sure did.
And if it hadn't been touched by number 21, it gets kicked. And South Carolina gets it. The home crowd at Williams-Brice Stadium saw what we saw live, and that's that it was kicked by Tennessee. But upon review, it was evident that the ball was dead as soon as Marquise Roberts touched it for South Carolina. Crisis averted for now for Butch Jones in Tennessee. Back to the offense in a moment.
Live free. Drive free. Enter the Quicken Loans Drive Home a Winner Sweepstakes for a chance to win a full year without mortgage payments, courtesy of Quicken Loans. 12 mortgage-free months. And win a new Chevy SS Performance Sedan. We have a winner. Enter the Quicken Loans Drive Home a Winner Sweepstakes today at QLRacing.com.
Take a deep breath in and exhale. And a gentle wave-like motion. Liberate your spine. Good. And reach. Toes blossoming.
Not that great at yoga.
Yeah, but when I slipped a disc, he paid my claim in just 4 days.
4 days?
Yep.
See why speed matters at Aflac.com. The 2014 SEC Soccer Tournament is on the SEC Network. The top 10 programs take the field.
Shot, goal!
In 4 rounds of intense competition.
On her left foot, what a goal, she's put it away.
Fighting to take home the ultimate prize. It's win and move on. The 2014 SEC Soccer Tournament begins Monday at 4:30, only on the SEC Network.
College Football Playoff Top 25 Ranking Show, Tuesdays on ESPN.
Celebrating its 10th year, sponsoring the Good Hands Field Goal Nets, Allstate makes contributions to participating universities' general scholarship funds for each field goal and extra point kicked. Since 2005, Allstate has contributed more than $3.6 million in scholarship funds. We left some money on the table tonight, I believe. 3 missed field goals, all headed towards that north end zone.
You gotta have great hands to field some of those field goals.
Well, Tennessee bailed out after that interception by Joshua Dobbs on the last possession. They missed a scoring opportunity for sure, but not much time ticked off the clock, and they're able to get the ball right back in South Carolina territory. And they stick with the ground game. Jalen Hurd has a gain of 9, if not 10, right off the bat. And that makes that decision to throw into coverage, not just throw into coverage, but to throw the ball even more perplexing on the previous possession that brought an end to the possession. And an injured South Carolina player is Marquise Roberts.
We've had a number of South Carolina injuries tonight. Of course, Marquise Roberts from a linebacking position. It's like a right shoulder injury probably when they're grabbing that collar like that. Already thin without Sky Moore, their leading tackler. Marquise Roberts was a guy they wanted to get into the lineup, liked his enthusiasm. Got to play versus Kentucky extensively, and he's gotten more and more minutes. See him holding that shoulder.
Hurd into the secondary. First down, Tennessee. Walton with the stop.
Right away, you can kind of see this Tennessee run game. You mentioned on the previous possession, you got some injuries defensively for South Carolina, starting to wear down South Carolina.
And now they go to the pass, and Pearson able to pick up 3. Two-headed monster in the running game. Joshua Dobbs and Jalen Hurd.
Jalen Hurd having a nice night as well. You can see that what a running quarterback has meant to him as well, and the attention that it draws for a defense.
Dobbs got spun around at the 20, and that cost him a couple yards. Sherrod Golightly brought him down with an arm tackle. Now Golightly is banged up. Sherrod Golightly has been an impact player tonight for South Carolina, and it was a night that started with their defensive coordinator Lorenzo Ward expecting to keep the spur on the bench and go with 5 down linemen more often. We haven't seen that plan take effect.
No, we hadn't seen it. You know, they've made some changes, of course, though. Bryson Allen Williams, who started this season as an outside linebacker in their 3-4 set, a 3-4 front that they actually went to earlier this season, thinking they could get more linebackers and skill players on the field. We take a second look, see Golightly coming in low. Kind of hard to see where he would have been injured. That's consecutive plays now. We've seen South Carolina defenders come up a little bit slow.
Rico McWilliams got hurt earlier this quarter. Marquise Roberts, Sherrod Golightly. So Kawan Lewis has been on the field at middle linebacker after the loss of Roberts. 7:23 to go. And Golightly helped off the field. Tennessee looking at a 3rd and 5. They closed the first half with a 36-yard touchdown run from Joshua Dobbs in a scenario where South Carolina was expecting them to throw.
You've got a 3rd and 5. You've got almost 2/3 of a linebacking core that's new now. Jordan Diggs coming in for Sherrod Golightly.
Dobbs hit in the backfield, taken down by Diggs.
South Carolina has rotated defenders all season long. Jordan Diggs, he's gotten some substantial minutes here tonight. You see some substitutions. David Johnson running onto the field. Tennessee staying over the football, looking to get a big fourth down conversion and trying to come away with points near the red zone.
Dobbs wants to set up the screen. Hurd has it. Spins his way to a first down. He is in. Touchdown, Tennessee.
Coming into the night, Jalen Hurd was 13th in the SEC among running backs as far as yards after contact. This time as a receiver, he's able to shed tackles and get into the end zone on a huge fourth down conversion. The Tennessee offense finally able to get some points out of these trips inside the South Carolina 30.
That is the second time tonight Tennessee has scored a touchdown on a fourth down play outside of the 20-yard line. Dobbs from 36 right before the half, and then Hurd 21 on the screen, and they had multiple opportunities to bring him down.
They bring Jordan Diggs off the edge, and you see J.T. Surratt hitting Dobbs as he delivers it. Broken tackle, 2 broken tackles now. That time Jonathan Walton incapable of getting Jalen Hurd off the spin move. And you see that, it was Bryson Williams who came in low on the initial would-be tackle. And Jalen Hurd, the true freshman, he's caught a couple of nice passes out of the backfield on swings. And that time on a screen pass, not a whole lot of blocking in front of him, and he did a lot of that on his own.
6:34 to go. South Carolina's lead is down to 7.
We talked about it a little bit, Tom, earlier, where we've seen South Carolina 14-point lead at Kentucky, 13-point lead versus Missouri. It's not all on the defense. The offense has an opportunity to move the football, gain some field position, make an offense drive the length of the field. Instead, South Carolina offensively goes 3 and out. And Tennessee has a less than 50-yard field to work with on that offensive possession, and it came away with 6.5 minutes left to play. That's more than enough time for Tennessee to continue to chip away at this lead. 1 score away from taking a lead.
You've got some great returners short for South Carolina at the 30. Demir Byrd and Pharaoh Cooper both standing at the 30. And the deep man is Sean Carson. And it is a short kick. Carson takes it on a hop. See if those guys can block. Fights his way to near the 20-yard line. McNeil with the special teams tackle for Tennessee. So those fourth quarter collapses have come in a variety of ways for South Carolina. Part of it against Missouri was coaching. South Carolina did not go for 2 when they should have, and they failed to get a key fourth down. They allowed Missouri to hit on a big chunk play or 2 after forcing the Tigers to punt on 10 consecutive drives. And then against Kentucky, Steve Spurrier told us, you know, we went to the 2-minute offense too soon. They went to the 2-minute offense when it was a tie game. Batted pass, an interception return for a touchdown. The defense failing to stop the Wildcat. And it was a disappointing loss for South Carolina up in Lexington.
And you look at it, it's not just the turnovers versus Kentucky. It really hurt them. But as you mentioned, it could be something as simple as a quick 3 and out. It's almost like a turnover, especially if you got the football deep in your own territory. This time South Carolina working with a little bit better field position than they did on the previous possession.
Blitz was coming. Thompson over the middle, incomplete. And I think part of it, and maybe a big part of it, comes down to play calling. I mean, it did in our minds against Kentucky when they went away from the run. And it probably had an effect as Jordan Williams is down on a knee.
Yeah, and meeting with Coach Spurrier after that, you know, we were talking about it a couple of weeks ago. We were here for the Furman game, and you know, he was willing to, you know, look back and say, look, yeah, maybe we did. Maybe we could have run the football a little bit more and add some balance. In that game, they were dominant. You know, he was more than comfortable running the football 15 times on that opening drive and went right down the football field. We've seen that before. Here tonight, it's been more creative, to say the least, with Pharaoh Cooper in the passing game and the Wildcat, throwing passes. We've seen some deeper balls.
And we talked about it, we talked about it at the beginning where Steve Spurrier was at his best play calling against Auburn when they were able to throw caution to the wind, kind of open this offense up wide because they knew they weren't going to beat Auburn without throwing the kitchen sink at them. Now things changed a little bit with 6:22 to go in the fourth quarter. You just went 3 and out. How do you balance productive play calling with conservative play calling?
Yeah, when he's looking at it right here is obviously you'll take points on the big yards, but you just pick up 10 at a time. What you don't want is the quick turn that they had on the previous possession. And now, of course, you're facing a 2nd and 10 behind early in this possession.
And flags.
Prior to the snap, false start, 75 offense, 5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
That's Will Sport.
And now you dig an even deeper hole. Looking at 2nd and 15 now. You still do some things, but ultimately you start talking about looking at obvious passing downs. We're talking about play selection. You dig a 5-yard hole in addition to a 2nd and 10 scenario. This time they're going to have 4 wideouts.
One of those is tight end Adams, same side as Cooper. Thompson trying to look that way. They flush him the opposite way, directing traffic. Stops, takes a hit, and goes down. Quarterback sack for Tennessee and Kurt Magid.
We talk about Kurt Magid, how he's been coming on. Derek Barnett earlier in this ball game, and Magid this time able to track down Dylan Thompson. And Dylan Thompson once again, the protection is not bad initially, but there's nowhere to go with the football downfield. Everyone gloved. That time, throw the football away rather than take the big loss. And now way behind after the false start penalty and sack.
2nd sack for Tennessee tonight. Thompson has room to run if he wants to. Now he will tuck it to the 30, and he gets forward for the 1st down. His coach called him out after the Auburn game. Said we can't afford to step out of bounds or slide. We need to pick up the 1st down, and that's what Dylan Thompson did.
Well, that time, Cam Robinson gets beat around the edge, or Corey Robinson rather. And Dylan Thompson, opportunistic as a runner. He's not lethal. We've seen him try to keep it on a couple of these pitches. I'm starting to wonder if he's got the Booth bug. We're talking about he never pitches it or never keeps it. That time, tucks it, runs it, and able to pick up a crucial 1st.
It's his longest run of the season, covering 20 yards. And now they get conservative, and that will be a big gain for Brandon Wilds. Down the sideline for South Carolina. Touchdown, Gamecocks. 70 yards for Wilds. It just got a lot colder for Tennessee fans.
Talk about mobile quarterbacks. Dylan Thompson picks up a 1st down, and then Brandon Wilds, he's able to just seal it up on this possession to get it all the way down for a big touchdown, a key 1st down, and then a big run for a touchdown on that possession. South Carolina was doing nothing but going backwards before that scramble by Dylan Thompson.
Would you believe that the play selection is now just about balanced? 33 rushes, 34 passes, 66 plays, and 622 yards of offense for South Carolina.
Easy chip shot. So much for overtime. Best overtime ever.
Buffalo Wild Wings. Wings, beer, sports.
Doug and Casey are headed to the beach.
Okay, great.
Forgetting to deposit a check could have put their plans on hold. But Regions is helping Doug greenlight this moment of spontaneity by letting him choose immediate access to money from a check he's depositing in a snap. Regions Mobile Deposit lets you skip a trip to the bank and give life the green light. Ready to move your life forward? Switch to Regions.
Hey, look, it's the State Farm guy.
Hans and Franz?
You pumped up our wallets with the discount double checking, so we want to pump you up.
Sorry, what?
Pull us, you flapping loser! You'll thank us later. Roll, your boat. Gently down the loser stream.
Doesn't this hurt?
Not with those puny arms.
It's a start.
Yeah, not bad.
Really?
Pump up your savings with a discount double check. State Farm.
South Carolina has put this one on ice seemingly with 4:52 to go.
You see the defense for Tennessee, they were misaligned earlier. This time A.J. Johnson's going to kind of plus. You see they got two tight ends over here to this side of the formation. What ends up happening is right guard Will Sport, number 75, is going to get up on A.J. Johnson and seal him. And it's off to the races by Brandon Wiles. Nice block by Clayton Stadnick at the center position. And you can see Butch Jones not happy. His defense has done a good job all year not giving up big plays. That time could have been a killer.
70-yard sprint after the 20-yard quarterback scramble. It is the most prolific stretch of offense in South Carolina football history. 4 consecutive games of 500 yards or more. They had 548 against Auburn, 548 against Furman, 535 against Auburn, and before that, it started with a big game of 500 even at Kentucky. Tonight, 622 yards of offense for South Carolina. Tennessee has scored 2 touchdowns on 4th down tonight. Pharaoh Cooper has set a school record for receiving yards with a big night. He's had a hand in 4 touchdowns. Josh Dobbs has set a Tennessee quarterback rushing record with 136, 3 touchdowns for him. It's the 3rd time under Steve Spurrier the Gamecocks have had 600 yards of offense. Their school record is 656, set against Vandy in October of 2001.
And now it'll be incumbent upon the defense, again with a 14-point lead, less than 5 minutes to play in the ball game, just keep this offense out of the end zone.
Jalen Hurd on the reception, picks up 8.
And with that amount of time, you know, we're talking about balance earlier. But right now, Tennessee, they don't have to go to full 2-minute mode. There's still time left, but they will go up tempo. This is something that they want to do anyway, to be over the football quickly.
Dobbs has it. Steps out of bounds after picking up the 1st down. Run out by T.J. Gurley.
First down to Tennessee.
We've seen this Tennessee offense operate very efficiently. Right before the half, Joshua Dobbs on 3 quarterback design runs, able to pick up big yardage, ultimately converting and getting a touchdown right before half with 4 minutes. A full complement of timeouts available. Still plenty of time left to stay with the run game and be balanced in their approach.
Extended throw. Open field stick by South Carolina.
Jordan Diggs has been in there. He came in when Go Lightly came out at that spur position. He's a big linebacker type. This Spur's a bit of a hybrid. They'll flex him out and play him in coverage.
Nice grab coming back to the football by Pig Howard. Rico McWilliams back on the field for South Carolina.
Rico McWilliams just singled up on Pig Howard. Not a ton of separation. Well-placed ball by Dobbs, allowing Pig Howard to come back to it. Rico McWilliams, tight coverage, but unable to defend that pass.
3-man rush. Dobbs on the sideline. Batted away. Rico McWilliams says, not in here.
It's twice now, heading this direction, incidentally, that Dobbs has tried Rico McWilliams. Did it in the 1st half. This time, Once again, the ball a little bit underthrown. Trying to get it to Josh Malone. He was able to score his first career touchdown last week versus Alabama in his only reception. Doesn't have a catch here tonight.
Pearson to set up third down. More importantly for Tennessee, the clock goes under 3 minutes.
Starting to tick away. You see Dobbs as they continue to substitute. Working down the line of scrimmage. You'll see they're now in plus territory. A chance to pick up a first.
They'll try to do it with Dobbs' legs. Good vision. First down. A few more. Still going. And tracked down at the 30 by Walton.
Once again, and we saw this before in the 2-minute drill with Joshua Dobbs. That time, they designed it again where they're looking for him to pick up the yards. Defenders turn their backs to the line of scrimmage, and he's got room to run.
He saw the pressure coming. Tried to tightrope it down the sideline, incomplete. Jason Kroom was his intended receiver. Not a bad play for Tennessee. It stops the clock. It leaves 2nd and 10 with 2:12 to go. 3 timeouts remain for the Volunteers. They need 2 touchdowns.
He had Jonathan Johnson wide open down the seam on that one. That time, as you mentioned, it's okay result, of course, but it's 6 if he sees Johnson downfield.
South Carolina uses a timeout with 2:12 remaining. They pulled the red shirt off of Dobbs with Justin Worley injured last week. And he came into this game as a reputation as an erratic passer. And he got off to an inaccurate start thus far early tonight in the first quarter. But here in the fourth quarter and on this 2-minute drive, he has made some plays with his arm. It may be when Tennessee goes to the film room to look, some missed opportunities once again with some open receivers. It will be his undoing tonight.
Well, you know, he's still young in this season, but you're going to see Jonathan Johnson. He's right here, and he's just going to run straight downfield. He's going to come free. Joshua Dobbs, he just never sees him. You see him kind of stepping up into the pocket. Probably took his eyes down to look at the rush before he flushed to the right. Jonathan Johnson was available. Would have been unhindered, I think. He would have walked into the end zone.
Dobbs 8 of 11 in the fourth quarter. Another completion. Pig Howard down to the 3. Clock will stop for a moment to move the chains. A gain of 27.
So just get done talking about you missed a shot, and then he throws a dart right in the middle of the defense. Pig Howard again able to come up with a reception in traffic.
Dobbs to scramble. Touchdown Tennessee. We've got an 8-point game waiting on the extra point. 3rd rushing touchdown of the day for Dobbs. And perhaps most important on that drive, Tennessee was able to pocket all 3 timeouts.
Precious. They'll prove to be precious in this next possession, of course. South Carolina. If South Carolina gets the ball back, when we look at this play, you had 2 quarterback design runs on this possession. We had 3 in the 2-minute drill, and once again, Joshua Dobbs able to engineer a drive, get his offense in the end zone and within a touchdown. See Dobbs, he just drifts just a little bit to the left, and again, middle of the South Carolina defense, opportunity. And then the QB design run, you see it there. It will step up right underneath the pass rush, walk into the end zone untouched.
Josh Dobbs on the night has put the ball in the air 30 times. He's completed 17 of them, 228 yards, 157 yards on the ground is a Tennessee rushing record for a quarterback. And 3 touchdowns on the ground. That 1 interception sure did look like a backbreaker. And then Tennessee came back and got a score moments later.
He's had a whale of a night. You're right, that interception hurt, but they're able to get the ball back after a quick 3 and out. 228. And You look at what he's been able to contribute on the ground with 157 rushing yards. And it's not just his numbers, but the contributions of a Jalen Hurd. He's got 19 carries for 112 yards. And part of that is because of the respect the defenses have to pay to a quarterback that can run the football. Jalen Hurd, not just as a ball carrier, but also in the passing game.
If you're Tennessee, you onside it here?
They're setting it up for it. You steal another possession. We saw this last week. South Carolina was looking to try to get just that. They were trying to climb back into a ball game and steal another possession. You see Tennessee going to take a crack at getting the football back for their offense.
Aaron Medley, their freshman kicker from Lewisburg, Tennessee, look for the high bounce. And South Carolina came jumping over the top to get it. Guess who it was? Pharaoh Cooper. He has been all over the field for Carolina tonight.
It really is remarkable. I'm starting to wonder if Pharaoh Cooper is a shapeshifter or something. I'm not sure. You see it Karam initially, and Pharaoh Cooper just comes flying up to make this grab. It took about 5 yards worth of turf up with his visor.
A beaver pelt in the face mask for Cooper.
Probably just helping out the grounds crew, locate an irrigation line. He's done just about everything else for South Carolina tonight. Able to field that onside kick. Tennessee trying to grab another possession.
3 timeouts remain for the Volunteers. They need to stop, get the ball back. Mike Davis inside the 40. Butch Jones will use a timeout. Tune in tomorrow at 10 p.m. as SEC Network brings your rewind of a classic game. 1998, Arkansas versus Tennessee. 2 unbeatens battled it out as the minutes tick down in the 4th quarter. Into the Vols got the miracle they needed. It's also available on Watch ESPN. Sometimes you need a break. Maybe that's the quarterback tripping and putting the ball on the ground. Volunteers could use a break like that tonight.
Yeah, you look at Butch Jones pacing the sidelines. He was riding for the 2nd straight year a 4-game losing streak versus his conference play. And he recognizes they don't have much margin for error. You look at it, you get bad run fits. After a quarterback scramble, you give up a touchdown in a tight game, a seesaw battle. You're incapable of recovering an onside kick after you're able to drive down the football field. Now need a big stop to get the ball back.
Davis picks up a couple more. Jalen Reeves-Maven on the stop. That will leave 3rd down. Another Tennessee timeout. Tennessee has had missed opportunities this season. You could pinpoint that Florida loss as one that should have been a Tennessee win. I don't know how you would view this one at the end, because these are 2 evenly matched teams. I don't know that you can fairly say that Tennessee should have won this game, but they had opportunities.
Yeah, I think you could substitute could have, and at moments in this game would have won this ball game. And you look at it, credit South Carolina for battling back. You look at Tennessee, where right going into halftime, knowing that they were going to get the football back, with South Carolina able to get some stops, get penetrated inside the 30-yard line 3 different times. You miss 2 field goals, you get an interception. The defense able to come up with some key stops and key moments.
So those 2 SEC losses by less than a field goal against Georgia and against Florida. And maybe that's the difference for a program that was decimated by coaching turnover and the loss of talent. And Butch Jones is trying to rebuild. And they get a sack on Dylan Thompson as Barnett comes in and throws him to the ground. Thompson has wanted a flag all game, and he hasn't gotten it. And I don't know if he should or shouldn't. But that's going to be a loss of 8 And Tennessee takes a timeout with 1:33 to go and 4th and 12 coming.
You see it's a short rollout. Thompson didn't like what he saw. Didn't want to throw the football away. Yeah, you see it there at the end.
It was the extra drag after Dylan Thompson was already down.
See Mike Matulis come in there. They missed him early in the season. Thompson goes down, takes the sack.
It didn't help that he got a shove afterwards.
And he's been doing that a lot tonight. And more than any offensive lineman would ever want to say, you turn around and look at the film and you see your quarterback having to pick himself up off the ground after these pass attempts. That time, he ate the football.
So 1:33 to go, and South Carolina looking at a 4th and 12. Will bring the punt team on. Evan Berry has had some big returns for Tennessee this season. He hasn't had a chance tonight. This will be Cameron Sutton in to return this one. Tyler Hull to punt it away. Volunteers out of timeouts. They've got 10 on the line.
They're coming after.
Can't get it. Sutton asks for a fair catch and lets it hop. It'll be down at the 15 with 1:23 remaining. 30-yard punt from Tyler Hull.
We've seen this before. You know, we look at this South Carolina team. This time, this would be to tie it, but a defense that has had difficulty in fourth quarters. We touched on it earlier. You look at the leads. 13 points Missouri, 14 points at Kentucky. Their defense in Kentucky, final go-ahead score was a pick-6 on the offense.
And Tennessee afford to run it with the clock situation and no timeouts. A pass for a first down and a big gain to Pig Howard. He's all the way past the 45.
So Pig Howard again. Von Pearson was underneath, drug TJ Gurley inside, opened up just enough room to get the ball over top to Pig Howard.
Gain of 31. Dobbs, pump fake. He's got all day if he wants it. Incomplete. 61 seconds remain as Tennessee tries for a furious fourth quarter comeback. They've been down 2 touchdowns twice.
Keeping in mind too as well that South Carolina defense has to be aware of Josh Dobbs. When they send vertical routes downfield, they have to be aware, especially at the second level. They've only got 3 down linemen in the game. And when Josh Dobbs, if he doesn't like it, tucks and runs, he has to get to the boundary. But he is a threat in the run game.
Out of the backfield, he finds Hurd. First down and out of bounds. Just shy of the marker, I believe now. We'll see if they give him the first. They'll mark it just before the yard line that he needed. So it'll be 3rd and short. That's not quite irrelevant, but the game clock is the main issue. Dobbs, quarterback run. First down will stop the clock for a moment. Scramble out of bounds will help.
That's the piece. That's what we're talking about, where obviously these are passing downs, but you look at Josh Dobbs. If he can leak out and get downfield, get positive yardage, and make sure that he gets over there and out of bounds, get the clock stopped and allow the offense to reset.
Over the middle. Complete. Pig Howard. 43 seconds. Plenty of time.
An eternity, and you see Dobbs able to get his offense set. Not overly urgent. They're over the football, ready to snap it. Want to make sure they get in the right play and communicate.
Incomplete. 26 seconds left. And now that length of time they took to get that play off may limit them in what they can do in the run game.
Ended up taking a little bit longer than he probably would have liked as we walked up and down the line. As you mentioned when you first noted, 40+ seconds on the clock. You lead close to 20 beyond that. And with 26 seconds to play, the clock stopped. But now you've got 3 more downs to play with.
But no timeouts left. It'll be tough to run in between the hash marks. So Dobbs will choose to throw. He's flush. He can run. He's got all day in front of him. A flip for a first down and out of bounds is Hurd. 19 seconds left.
No timeouts. The clock stopped. Jalen Hurd was able to stand right on the boundary. And Dobbs, as you mentioned, could have tucked and run it. Saw a chance to get it downfield, and South Carolina wants to make sure that they get this right.
Twice this season, South Carolina's defense has folded under pressure in the fourth quarter. A surprising loss at home to Missouri against a Missouri team they had stuffed and forced a punt on 10 consecutive possessions. And then at Kentucky, they could not stop Kentucky's Wildcat offense. And they're off, and South Carolina threw a costly pick 6. And now with 19 seconds left, Steve Spurrier needs just one stop from his defense, with Tennessee looking at a 1st and goal from the 9.
Well, there in that huddle, you saw Bryson Williams. He got a turnover. Tennessee trying to throw it into the end zone earlier in this half. We've seen South Carolina hold up the big goal line stand on a 4th down run in the first quarter. That's what this defense needs to be thinking about. You got to learn from those previous failures. Right now, you got to think about those recent successes in this game, knowing that you've got a 19-second clock and a 1st and goal scenario to defend the end zone.
1,245 yards of total offense tonight combined, and it's all about these final 9 yards for Tennessee. Dobbs in zone, incomplete. Rico McWilliams, another denial, swatted away from Pig Howard.
Great job by Rico McWilliams. We've mentioned him on a number of occasions. And you see him there, able to get his left hand across and in front. Pig Howard didn't like the contact. McWilliams was flagged earlier in this half for a PI. We've seen him defend a couple, and you can see both of these teams starved for victory. And it's coming down to the wire.
2nd and goal, 15 seconds left. They roll the pocket, pressure coming. Dobbs, end zone, touchdown, Tennessee! Jason Kroom was all alone. An extra point away from a tie game. Bedlam in the Tennessee stands.
Probably some celebrations on I-40 somewhere right now as well. You see that? Yet another touchdown scoring drive engineered by Joshua Dobbs, and he is growing up before our very eyes.
The snap was high, the hold bailed him out. And with 11 seconds to go, we are locked at 42.
Jason Kroom, number 18. He just stops, makes it in the end zone. He's all by himself and unaccounted for. South Carolina brought edge pressure from either side. A lot of attention to Von Pearson, and nobody left. Jason Kroom with only one other reception in this game. And he was able to get maybe the most important one of the night to tie it up.
Remember when we met with Steve Spurrier yesterday, and he was lamenting the fact that he's only gone to a few overtime games in his career, and it always seems to come against Tennessee.
Yes, you know what? You're right. He sure did.
And perhaps the biggest win in Tennessee history prior to the Fiesta Bowl in '98 was knocking off Florida at home in overtime. In a game that saw the goalpost and a couple of CBS goalpost cameras end up in the Tennessee River.
He's headed for another one here tonight. And we mentioned earlier, you know, the meaningfulness of this game, not only to these two programs, it's obviously a special one kid from Johnson City, Tennessee. You look at Joshua Dobbs, a kid from Alpharetta, Georgia, and he has been the difference maker for Tennessee here tonight. That quarterback position, not only keeping plays alive with his legs, but keeping his head in the game. Didn't let that interception rattle him. And Tennessee was able to knot it back up on an impressive drive.
Not a bad return for Cody Gibson. Tennessee says they have the football. Do they? Cody Gibson took it out to the 40 on the squib kick. I thought for sure he was down. And it will be South Carolina football with 7 seconds remain.
Keep in mind, Cody Gibson, the former offensive lineman. He hadn't caught a whole lot of balls, not known for their ball handling skills, but it looks to me like he was down.
I don't know. That ball was out. I thought it got punched out on his way down, which is why it ended up below his waist and not near his shoulder pads. And it wasn't in the hands, but in the legs of the Tennessee defender.
Hard to tell from that angle.
The previous ruling of the runner being down is under further review.
And you see there, and you wonder, that time, looked like it was Justin Coleman who came in.
That's out. That ball is out. And then the next question is who recovered it.
Well, look at his right knee. Here's the ball. It was the ball. Can we see if the ball's out before his right knee touches? It looks like it is. That ball's so low. But the question is, can you make out? You could assume that the football was out earlier, but it's hard to see it come out initially.
Well, I saw it out between his legs with his knees still in the air. Question is, was his shoulder down? Was his elbow down? It's a moot point, depending on who recovered it.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed.
So 7 seconds remain.
Cody Gibson breathing a sigh of relief. He comes over there. Used to wear a 70 number. Moved him over to tight end. Out there on the return team, it almost was a near catastrophe.
Wilds. And that's how regulation will end in a Wild game. 42 all. And we're headed to overtime.
Live free. Drive free. Enter the Quicken Loans Drive Home a Winner sweepstakes for a chance to win a full year without mortgage payments, courtesy of Quicken Loans. 12 mortgage-free months. And win a new Chevy SS Performance Sedan. We have a winner. Enter the Quicken Loans Drive Home a Winner sweepstakes today at QLRacing.com.
Moving forward, it is very important that everyone here understand the severity of the procedure.
Now 1 Charlie, 7 November, Roger, thank you.
Introducing our new grilled chicken nuggets. Hungry for more? Go to grilledlove.com.
We're tied at 42 and headed to overtime, and we're only here because Joshua Dobbs was able to engineer an 85-yard drive with no timeouts remaining And a guy who set the Tennessee quarterback rushing record today did it not just with his legs, but through the air. A couple of chunk plays to eat up that yardage and put Tennessee in position. From 9 yards out, Dobbs was able to fire it to the end zone.
He's definitely feeling it. You can imagine the level of confidence he must be able to draw from putting together two-minute type drives at the end of either half. One to gain momentum heading into the first half, and then of course the second to get his team back into contention. In this instance, force an overtime period. You see Joshua Dobbs, one of the captains tonight for Tennessee.
By the way, Butch Jones spent that entire time discussing that kick return with the officials right in front of the Tennessee bench. They said the call was confirmed via video replay, which means that they saw visual evidence to suggest Dakota Gibson was down.
South Carolina has won the toss and decided to go on offense. Tennessee, first down. I'm sorry. Correction, they chose to go on defense. First down, Tennessee.
So here's your refresher on NCAA overtime rules. The coin toss has been decided. Each team with one possession from the opponent's 25 per overtime until we have a winner. Game clock's off. And when we start the third overtime, offenses must go for a two-point conversion.
We've seen tonight Tennessee have their difficulties once they get the football into this area of the field, in the third quarter especially.
16th overtime game for Tennessee. South Carolina has lost a pair of games to Tennessee. Tennessee's overtime record is second only to Missouri for the most all-time overtime wins in NCAA history. Missouri came into the season 11-5 in extra periods. And to both kickers' delight, they're avoiding the north end zone, where 3 field goals have been missed tonight.
You had to know that that had been part of the consideration.
Dobbs on a design quarterback run, and it's played perfectly by South Carolina. A gain perhaps of 1. Gerald Dixon with the stop. We talked about Tennessee's offensive line struggling all season, but this running quarterback has given them a new lease on life.
Yeah, we've seen it even the yards before contact. Those were scarce before Joshua Dobbs was inserted into their offensive lineup, able to get running backs cleaner upfield.
This is Hurd, and he is bowling over Gamecocks to pick up a Tennessee first down.
Jalen Hurd. Talk about Joshua Dobbs coming of age, a true freshman in Jalen Hurd tonight. Not only just as a ball carrier, but as a receiver, lining up outside and also out of the backfield and finishing his runs and carries with authority.
Hurd taken down in the backfield. Bryson Williams got a little banged up on that tackle.
Bryson Williams, we mentioned earlier, got the interception of Joshua Dobbs earlier in the fourth quarter, but a sure tackler in the open field, and that time able to come up and make the tackle on Jalen Hurd after the reception.
Second and long. Hurd stretching. Open field stop by Jonathan Walton.
We talked to the Tennessee coaches, and they talked about the speed of the South Carolina defense and how active they were. This time, Jonathan Walton filling in for Sky Moore, known for his closing speed. And you saw him make up ground quickly on Jalen Hurd to deny the yardage.
End zone, incomplete, no flag. Kroom the intended receiver, Gurley the coverage. And Tennessee forced to go for 3 on the first possession of overtime.
See Dobbs just a little too far out in front. Gurley on Jason Kroom's back. Kroom made that tying touchdown reception all by himself in the end zone. That time had plenty of company with T.J. Gurley on.
32-yard attempt for Aaron Medley. Got it. South Carolina knows what it needs to do, trailing by 3 in overtime number 1 in Columbia.
Coming into the game, the Tennessee defense, we mentioned that they're good versus the pass, have been coming into this game. Pretty strong on third down as well, outside of the Bama matchup they had a week ago. But in the red zone, last in the SEC, every single trip that their opponents have made down inside their 20, they've come away with points. 100% for opposing teams' offense. Facing this Tennessee D. And of course, Dylan Thompson takes the field. Field goal ties it. Touchdown secures the victory for the Gamecocks.
South Carolina's offense is on a record-setting pace this season, and tonight they are averaging more than 9 yards per play. 71st play of the night on this snap for South Carolina. Pressure coming. Thompson taken down. Quarterback sacked by Corey Majit. It is the 4th of the night for Tennessee.
We talk about it coming off the edge. Watch him get upfield quickly and close. Get skinny on the edge versus Brandon Shell, who was banged up earlier. And Kurt Majit is rounding into form. He missed a couple of seasons with a knee injury. That's a big sack. To push them further. That's a 52-yard field goal if they don't make any yards.
Edge is crashing again. They got him again. Back-to-back sacks. This time, Derek Barnett.
We talked about it earlier, how much they like Derek Barnett. And Kurt Majit, this time it's the left end. Derek Barnett working against Corey Robinson. And he just edges him right now. Both of them speed rushes and running the arc. That time from Dylan Thompson's blind side. Now you're looking at a South Carolina offense doing nothing but going backwards.
Their kicker's long is 45 this season. 3rd and 25. Dylan Thompson running for his life. And a 4th and 25 coming up. Thompson threw it away. South Carolina had a 2-touchdown 4th quarter lead. They allowed an 85-yard Tennessee drive to tie the game when the Volunteers had no timeouts.
Coach Spurrier's down on the field right now picking up his call sheets.
This was in the opposite end zone. And now Elliott Fry, whose season long is 45. Not even close. And with the 3rd time this season, South Carolina has seen a big 4th quarter lead melt away in SEC play. Butch Jones has his first SEC win of the season. And a hard-fought, heartfelt victory for the Volunteers, scrambling their way back for the win.
Seeing the end of this game, the true freshman, Jalen Hurd, Derek Barnett with a sack, and then the veteran and Kurt Majit coming off the edge. You can't say enough about the fight in this Tennessee Volunteer football team. Coach Jones mentioned that he wasn't sure he had a single guy on his team that had ever won an away game that involved an airplane ride. If they out on a bus, they had an outside shot. The guys actually knew what it looked like to win. This is the 2nd year under Butch Jones' tenure at Tennessee. Could be a building block for the balance of this season as they work towards the postseason.
Matt, with 1 minute and 51 seconds to go, South Carolina was up 2 touchdowns. That lead evaporated quickly thanks to the play of Josh Dobbs. Dylan Thompson was thrown around like a rag doll tonight by Tennessee's defense. Sacked 5 times, including twice in overtime.
It's amazing how the South Carolina offense, he was one of the better protected quarterbacks when you look at the number of dropbacks in the SEC. Only 4 other quarterbacks have faced less pressure. But in key moments, and especially here tonight, Tennessee was able to get pressure and not only sack but harass Dylan Thompson. Were it not for the heroics of Pharaoh Cooper, there wasn't a ton to speak of. You look at South Carolina, fueled by the efforts of number 11, a big run by Brandon Wilds. You look at the Tennessee defense, was able to come up big. I was talking red zone defense, Tom. They had the ball at the 25-yard line. They were nowhere near the red zone by the time that possession ended.
4 straight SEC losses for South Carolina. And the reaction from the Tennessee sideline. Butch Jones, the Saugatuck, Michigan native, has his first SEC win of this season. And the Volunteers continue their rebuild as they take a step closer to the postseason. They now need to win 2 of their last 3 to make it there. They've got Kentucky, Missouri, and Vandy left.
You look at them coming into this game in conference play, only 16 points. This time they're able to knot it up and hand South Carolina yet another 4th quarter collapse loss. You see it there. Missouri, Kentucky, and now Tennessee. And South Carolina is left to pick up the pieces yet again. A prolific offensive night, but not enough at the back end, offensively or defensively, to come away with a win.
This game was seemingly over when Josh Dobbs took over at his own 15-yard line with no timeouts remaining, and what had been an erratic arm through the previous 3+ quarters. And then all of a sudden, a guy who'd been unstoppable with his legs turned unbeatable with his arm.
They've had weapons at Tennessee all season at receiver, and when Justin Worley had time to work, he could be very dangerous. But what Dobbs has brought is exactly what this offense has needed and lacked, is an ability to open up a run game, draw some attention from the defense to allow their running backs and even the quarterback to contribute with a rushing attack, but also neutralize pressure. You take a guy like Joshua Dobbs, who's as dangerous as he is and has proven to be tonight in the QB run game, and you're loath to collapse that pocket too quickly and break contain. It makes it dangerous, and you can see why every team covets a mobile quarterback.
Heather Mitz is standing by with the winning coach, Butch Jones.
Coach, you kept talking about the competitive character of this team. Once again, we saw it tonight. Talk about your win.
Resilient, great composure at the end. We knew we were going to win the game all week. It was just a confidence that we had all week in our preparation, and it was like slow motion. We just knew we'd find a way to win the football game. We needed this. Vol Nation needed this.
Talk about Josh Dobbs and his performance tonight.
Well, great performance. Very composed young man, very poised, but it was everyone. Our defensive line in overtime really dominated the line of scrimmage.
Your first SEC win. How do you build on this performance versus Kentucky?
Well, again, we'll take a bye week. We'll get ready. Kentucky's a good football team, but we're going to enjoy this one.
You should. Enjoy it, Coach. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In the 4th quarter in overtime, Joshua Dobbs 15 of 23 for 168 yards, 2 touchdown passes, 8 rushes, 44 yards and a touchdown, and he's standing by with Heather Mitz.
You single-handedly won this game tonight. Talk about your performance and your team's performance.
It was a team effort. I told the defense from the beginning, we have your back. However many points the other team puts out, we'll put up more. And it just came down to that. It was a dogfight, and we came out with a team win, and it was a great win.
You set a record tonight in quarterback rushing. I mean, just talk about tonight. What was working for you?
We just executed the game plan. The offensive line did a great job opening holes for me. Jalen Hurd did a great job keeping us a balanced running attack. The receivers were coming down with great catches, so it kept us balanced on offense. So it was a great team effort. We'll definitely take this win into the bye and finish out the season.
Congratulations. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
For the first time since November 17th of 2007, Tennessee comes from behind after trailing by 2 touchdowns or more. They beat Vandy then. Tonight, they were down 2 touchdowns with 1:51 to go, and they win in overtime against South Carolina. 45-42 our final. Coming up next, it's SEC Scoreboard. For Matt Stinchko, Heather Mitz, and our entire crew, I'm Tom Hart. So long from Columbia, South Carolina.